Recording has begun. This is the December 4, 2024 regular meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force of the City and County of San Francisco. The time is 4:09 p.m. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and its committees convene in hybrid meetings that allow for either in-person attendance or remote participation. Public comment will be taken on each item of the agenda. Member decorum, meeting decorum. Any member of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force may call for decorum due to the disorderly conduct of meeting participants. Persons who engage in threatening and/or menacing behavior may be asked to leave. Chair Yankee, that completes my announcements.
Okay, do we have any, well, let's go ahead and move to roll call first.
Taking the roll. Chair Yankee.
Present.
Chair Yankee present. Vice Chair Stein. Vice Chair Stein present. Member Schmidt.
Present.
Member Schmidt present. Member LaHood. Absent. Member Sugarman.
Present.
Member Sugarman present. Member Kumar. Absent. Member Anderson. Absent. Member Highland. Absent. Member Pilpel.
Present.
Member Pilpel present. Member Wolf.
Present.
Member Wolf present.
We have six, we have a
Six.
quorum.
Six.
Quorum.
Six present, we have a quorum.
Okay, do we have any agenda changes?
We have no known agenda changes.
Okay, I'm not aware of any either. Members, we have any agenda changes?
I'm just about done with item 2.
Okay. Do you have something?
No, I simply to reiterate that I will be leaving around 4:30 to 4:45.
Okay. Okay, let's move on to item
Thanks
number.
for coming by briefly.
Yes.
Move on to item number 2.
Public comment?
Oh, yeah, public comment.
Public comment. Anyone in the room or in the online community wishing to make public comment on item 1, please approach the podium or raise your hand in the app or press *3 on your telephone. I'll give you a moment. No one approaching the podium, no one with their hand raised.
Okay, let's go ahead and close public comment and move on to item number 2.
Item number 2, approval of the minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force meeting of September 4, 2024.
Okay, do we have any edits for these meeting minutes? Member Pilpel?
I do. They are, as usual, non-substantive. Just thought clarifying some references to the MTA and was most of it. I'm happy to go through it or just pass them in. I assume that we're going to have a greater discussion about this under item 6.
We will. Did you want to?
I'm sorry, that we'll have the discussion under item 6 about the minutes generally.
Right, right.
So this was specific to.
Ready for me to start?
No.
Member Highlands present at 4:13 p.m. for the record. Yeah, we have Bruce. Okay, I don't know if, I know in the past we've had discussions about non-substantive and how comfortable folks feel with approving those. So I'll leave it up to how we want to proceed.
Oh, and the other thing is, as I mentioned last time, I think in approving these and going forward, I don't see a reason to include the reference chart. I think we should, I think I said last time we should post that somewhere, but I don't think that needs to be included.
The chart was added at the August meeting as part of the minutes, and we can.
Yeah, I think it was a motion we passed. So
Correct.
if we would want to pass a new motion to stop doing that, if that's
Okay.
what members would like to do.
And again, that's probably something we can do under item 6. Anyway, do you want a motion to approve?
If that's what you want to do.
Okay, so I will move to approve the September minutes with the edits that I referenced. And sorry, and without the chart.
But with, I'm sorry, I don't think you heard
And
that.
without the reference chart,
What was the original part of the motion?
with the edits that I referenced,
Which edits?
the written edits that I'm going to hand in.
Okay, so these are,
Are they read into the record at any point? Or no?
Sorry.
so these are not edits anyone's seen.
Correct. They're non-substantive. I can walk through them if you'd like, but once again, it's the same stuff. And we've had a process to go through that.
I thought we weren't doing that anymore. Remember, Philip?
Okay.
Can I just ask, these are the September minutes,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
And I thought we had already submitted our changes to the administrator. Did you incorporate those changes?
Yes.
Anything that was submitted to her, I believe she's.
Right. But these are additional edits on top of what was already submitted?
I don't believe I submitted a set on September because that continued at the last two meetings.
I think the way we left it was to submit everything by a certain date, and that's what we vote on.
Yeah, I mean, if they're, I mean, my personal opinion, if they're non-substantive at this point, I think this is September, we're now in December. I think we've had plenty of time to submit edits. And if they're non-substantive, I think we could probably, my preference would be to approve what we all see. But but there's a motion on the floor to approve with edits. So I don't know if there's a second for that motion. I mean, once, twice. Okay, well, we'll say that motion has died for lack of a second. Is there any other motion?
This is Member Stein. I'll make a motion to approve the minutes as included in the packet.
Okay, so a motion to approve the minutes as included in the packet. Is there a second for that motion?
Member Highland seconds.
Okay, seconded by Member Highland. Let's see if there's any public comment on that.
Taking public comment on item 2. Anyone in the room, please approach the podium if you wish to make public comment. Members of the online community, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no one approaching the podium, no one in the online community wishing to
Okay,
speak.
let's go ahead and close public comment, and if there's no objections, let's go ahead and call the roll on that.
Taking the vote on item 2. Member Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein. Vice Chair Stein, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood. Member LaHood, absent. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar. Member Kumar, absent. Member Anderson. Member Anderson, absent. Member Pilpel.
No.
Member Pilpel, no. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. 6 ayes, 1 no. Motion
You can
passes.
call me, but aye.
And Chair Yankee, my apologies.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye.
Okay, that
What-
motion
Motion
passes.
passes.
6 ayes, 1 no. What was that? 3 absences? Is that correct?
Correct. LaHood, Kumar, Anderson.
Okay. Okay, let's move on to item number 3.
Item number 3. Approval of the minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force meeting of October 2nd, 2024.
Okay, how do we want to handle this, Sid?
Was this not treated the same way as the last one? We had a date in which.
Yeah, these were another set that was continued from last meeting, correct?
Okay, same thing. We had a date to approve or send in additional
Yeah, we
changes.
talked about that and yeah.
Okay,
All right.
everyone got their changes in, and what we see is the final edited draft.
Yep. So were there any edits submitted to these?
None.
Okay. So this is what we saw essentially last month or 2 weeks ago.
I'll make a motion to approve these minutes.
Okay. Moved by Vice Chair Stein to approve the minutes. Do we have a second?
Is that approve the minutes as included in the packet?
Yes.
And do we have a second to that motion?
Member Highland seconds.
Okay. Seconded by Member Highland. Let's go ahead and open that up to public comment.
Anyone wishing to make public comment on item 3, please approach the podium if you're in the room or raise your hand in the app, pressing *3. Or raise your hand within the app. I'll give you a moment. We have no hands raised. No one approaching the podium in the room.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment. And if there's no further comments, let's go ahead and move to the roll call on that.
Taking the vote on item 3, Member Stein.
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Vice Chair Stein. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood, absent. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar, absent. Member Anderson. Member Anderson, absent. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Pilpel.
No.
Member Pilpel, no. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. 3 absent, 1 no, 6 ayes. Motion passes.
Okay, motion passes. Let's go ahead and move on to the next item, item number 4.
Item number 4. Approval of the orders of determination.
Okay, I think there were a couple that we continued from last time. Did you fix those?
Yes, and all 3 are included in this list.
Okay, excellent. Okay, members, any other edits on these? Or if not, do we have a motion to approve? Member Popel
Oh,
and then Vice Chair Stein. Go
Go
ahead.
to member
Wanna go-
Vice Chair Stein.
Go ahead, Vice Chair Stein.
so on item 4, page 5, I think it is, file number 24021. It doesn't mention, I don't know if it needs to, but it doesn't mention that on 11/19/24, we found a non-willful violation of those orders. Should that be in there?
Which, I'm sorry, we're page.
24021, item 4, page 5.
Yeah, I'm thinking that should be in there. Yeah.
I mean, it's part of that case,
Right.
but it was decided on November 19th that we found a non-willful violation.
On that.
Which one was, let's see, this is,
It's file 24021, I believe.
oh, that's when it came back. So we typically don't include actions when they come back. We don't include
Okay.
enforcement actions. So that wasn't part of our original hearings.
Okay.
Typically, we don't.
So I just
Yeah.
wanted to check.
Yep. No, we're good. We're good. Yeah, we don't keep them open and keep adding to them.
Okay, all right.
Yep. So I think we're good on that one. Member Pilpel, did you have?
Yeah, the 2 items on page 2 at the top, the order of determination, date decision issued, that should be 8/7/24.
Okay. Administrator Peterson, do you see? That date would be wrong.
Yeah, just a moment.
Do you see it?
Page 2 of the On
Page
Page two.
And the date again? Oh, 24.
Right at the top, yeah. And I think that is the date correct, also the day of the week date, or is that what?
Yeah, and it tracks with later on that page.
So the date of the decision is being changed to 8/7/2024.
Is it 8/7 or
Yeah, it is.
8/7 is right? Okay, it's just the 23 that should be 24. Okay.
And on page 9, the continuation page for 24048, I have to correlate this to the minutes, but I still think the action would read better if it had the full text of the motion as amended, rather than edit with the words "to be monitored" and stricken and replaced. I think it would just read better to have the whole thing. And if it was in fact moved by Yankee and seconded by Sugarman, then the readout of the vote should be in a different order. Does that make sense?
And that change wasn't added to the October 2 minutes that we just approved. Is that correct?
That was not. So for consistency's sake, we probably shouldn't have the minutes deviate from the order that we've now approved those minutes.
Well, that too is a
Excuse me, please.
discussion for item 6.
Member LaHood, when did you arrive?
424.
Yes, 424.
4/24, thank you. Member Pilpel, I believe the additional language was added in the first parenthetical. Did you want more language there?
I'm sorry, are you on page 9 for 24048?
Page 9, item 24048,
Right.
third sentence, in beginning with quotation mark, the committee further requested. That language was added. Did you want more?
Right. What I was suggesting is that the motion read more like moved by Chair Yankee, seconded by Member Sugarman, to find that the task force has jurisdiction over the matter, that the requested records are public, to find a violation of section 67.21 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. The committee further requested production of the remaining records under section 67.21 to be monitored by the task force orders the production of the remaining records under section 67.21 to be monitored by the Compliance and Amendments Committee. The committee or the task force noted that this request was not acknowledged or responded to in a timely manner, and the police department acknowledged their lack of timeliness. So it's to rewrite it to reflect the entirety of the action rather than the inline edit. That's what I was
suggesting. Does that make
suggesting.
sense, Mr. Peterson? Instead, he's asking that instead of actually putting down what we said to edit, to actually incorporate that edit and put the motion.
So the second paragraph of the complaint committee finding on the 17th, instead of just the,
Right, it would be to edit that second paragraph as per the motion. And rewrite that paragraph with the edit that we talked about, instead of verbatim putting down what I said. Does that make sense?
let's see, so no change, no substantive change, just the inclusion of the paragraph of the finding by the complaint committee.
So that, right, so what he's asking is that in the second paragraph of the motion that the complaint committee made, that first sentence be stricken, this is what the motion was, and replaced with that second sentence, and everything else remains the same. But on page 9, instead of saying,
Yeah.
edit this way, and this way, to actually rewrite that
Rewrite with the
inclusive
paragraph.
of the edit.
I believe that change can be made.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that probably still would be okay with the minutes, because the minutes would reflect what we said, and so I don't think those would, conflict with each other.
And again, the order of the vote should be changed to reflect the motion in the second.
And you'll be submitting your handwritten edits.
Can do that.
Okay, so we have the date on that, the one we talked about, that edit. Is there any other further edits? Or ODs?
Do you want a motion to approve with those
Yep.
discussed edits? So moved.
Okay, moved by member Pilpel to approve the orders of determination with those 2 edits that he described, and he will submit those to you in writing.
So that's approval of all of the ODs with the edits as discussed.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, is there a second for that motion?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Vice Chair Stein. Okay,
Okay.
Annie, for,
Member Wolf, were you speaking?
I just doubled with my Vice President, Vice Chair.
Thank you. We're taking the second by Vice Chair Stein.
okay, that works. Okay, not seeing other hands. I think we're good among us here, so let's go ahead and move to public comment if there is any.
Just a moment, please. Taking public comment on item 4. If you're in the room, please approach the podium. Members of the online community, please raise your hand in the app or press *3 on your phone. I'll give you a moment. We have no one approaching the podium, no one in the online community with their hand raised.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment, and if you could take the roll.
Taking the vote on item 4, Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar. Member Kumar, absent. Member Anderson. Member Anderson, absent. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. 2 absences. 7 ayes, motion passes. That doesn't add up.
Doesn't add up.
To 9
What?
ayes.
That doesn't add up either. There's only,
8.
I think it's 8 ayes.
8
0
ayes,
noes.
2 noes.
2 absences.
2 absences, motion passes.
Okay. All right, let's move to item number 5.
Item number 5, Annual Supervisor of Records Report from the City Attorney. Review on potential acceptance of the annual report for calendar year 2023.
Okay, and Ms. Court is joining us. Thank you very much for being here, and I'll turn it over to you to let you present.
Great. Hi, good afternoon, Chair and members. Jen Court on behalf of the City Attorney's Office. As you mentioned, I'm here to present the 24th Annual Supervisor of Records Report, which covers the 2023 calendar year. As a part of this report, we normally detail whether there were any court actions regarding determinations by the Supervisor of Records or court decisions interpreting the Sunshine Ordinance. During this period, there were no such cases. Diving into the report itself, there were 17 Supervisor of Records petitions filed in 2023. 4 of those petitions were denied. 2 petitions were beyond the jurisdiction of the supervisor of records. And for the remaining 11 petitions, no determination was needed because the department either produced the records or responded to the petitioner's inquiry. When we presented the 2022 report to you all a few months ago, some members of the task force had feedback for us about how to improve the supervisor of records report and the function generally. We've begun working on a few of those suggestions. We now include a tally of the petition outcomes at the top of the supervisor of records report, as you suggested. And we're planning on rebranding our supervisor of records page on our website to give petitioners a little bit more clarity about what they can reasonably expect from a supervisor of records petition. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Members, any questions? Member Pope, go ahead.
Yes, I think I just had 2 questions. Oh, I appreciate that we're now getting the 2023 report. We'd just gotten the 2022 report a few months back. Hard to predict the future, but do you think it might be possible to get the 2024 report in either the first quarter or no later than the second quarter of the new year?
I don't know that I can kind of make a hard promise on that matter right here, but I
Intention?
can say we do have the best intentions in getting it to you as fast as possible.
Okay. I appreciate that. And it did, you might not know right this moment how many petitions there are currently pending for this year, but it seems like the 2023, what do we want to call it? Volume, maybe down compared to the previous year.
For sure.
I think one of the concerns in 2022 was that there was a large number that required response. So perhaps if, and it's not that it's an unimportant function, but perhaps if there are fewer petitions received, it should not take as long to compile the summary report. So that's just a comment. And can you speak for a moment about the 17 petitions received, and of that 11 were found moot? I'm having trouble recalling from previous years if that was a typical action. I thought, and maybe there's a dispute about how to interpret the ordinance, but I thought whenever a petition is received that the city attorney in the sunshine of in the supervisor of records capacity is required to make a determination as to whether the records are public. I can understand the exceeding jurisdiction if it's an agency that's beyond or whatever, but if there's if there's a determination requested by way of a petition, I'm having a little difficulty understanding skirting that and saying it's moot because they got the records. Can you help me a little?
So I do believe in the past we have used the language no determination was needed in previous reports, but I think for several of those 11 petitions that we're referring to here, the petitioners were inquiring about basically like a violation of timeliness, not necessarily getting the records. And so, as you know, our function as the supervisor of records is not necessarily to determine violations of timeliness. It's more to determine whether a record was improperly withheld or redacted.
Okay. All right. I guess that helps. I suppose I could ask on the date received and date of determination if there was a chart or a day count or something to see how timely the response was, but I'm not sure if I need that right now. I was working on a couple of things in the last few days, and it just seems to me, and perhaps we'll discuss this in connection with some other items later, that it's not just timeliness of response to a records request. There are a lot of timeliness issues that sort of permeate the ordinance and our practice and supervisor of records. And so the idea of it may take more than a day, but I believe the statutory deadline for a response under supervisor of records, what we're supposed to do within 45 days, the 40 days if the Ethics Commission doesn't act, that all of these deadlines had the idea that if you're looking for records or if you're looking for compliance with regard to meetings, that we wanted to get determinations made quickly. And if someone needed to go to court, they could do that. There would be a record, but that we didn't want things to linger. And I think that, again, sort of is the intent of the voters. And where there's a reason to take more time because it's more complicated, and we've talked about this in previous years, to notify the petitioner that you got it, you're working through it, you're communicating, you're analyzing, that's fine. But in general, things should be done within the statutory timeline. I'm not sure if there's a question there. Thoughts?
I just want to be clear if we're talking about timeliness of the petitioner's request to a department or timeliness in answering a supervisor of records petition.
Timeliness of answering a supervisor of records petition.
Yeah.
Part two is on them,
Yeah.
but this is specific to your report.
As far as I don't have the breakdown of how long each one of these took, but as far as I understand, one, I did ask about if there were any outstanding petitions currently. There are not, which is nice. We've had a backlog in other years. But she, did make a comment that we're doing a lot better because of the lesser volume in terms of responding much more quickly to these petitions. She said that there were very few that took more than a few weeks.
Okay. Okay. The other questions about the process, I think, are probably better handled in the context of amendments. I think you've answered my questions and concerns about how things are currently running. We could certainly do things differently in the future under a rewrite of the ordinance, but it seems like the function is generally operating as intended.
Hopefully.
So thank you. And please pass on the appreciation to Ms. Kimberlin and others who may have worked on the SOR function.
Sure, will do.
Thanks.
Member LaHood?
Yeah, hi, thanks for being here. There are references to a 400 and some page appendix. Was that supposed to be attached or not intended to be attached? And is that available on your website if we wanted to refer to it?
It is available.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
It was in the link. The packet contained the.
Can you tell me where that is? Oh,
But I don't know if it links to.
I don't think it's linked. Was anyone else able to click
not
through
linked?
to it? This, where it says other?
Yeah, it's not working for me either.
Have you downloaded it? So if you open it in the browser,
It
the
doesn't
link won't
show
be
up.
active.
But
You
if we
have to
download it, okay.
the
Thank you.
document. Yes.
And it's also on their website.
Yeah.
I just had one quick question.
Yeah.
The part about court decisions interpreting or applying this sunshine ordinance, is it possible, and I don't know if this is too much work, but to summarize if there's any, since we deal with more than just the sunshine ordinance, we also deal with the California Public Records Act and the Brown Act. Is there any way to include any pertinent court decisions that may influence that statewide legislation that we should be aware of?
Again, I can't make a promise right now, but I can certainly take that
I
back
think
to
it'd
the
be
folks who
helpful since-
prepare it. Yeah.
Since a lot of times there is some interaction, we need to know
Yeah.
changes of how that statewide legislation is being interpreted as well.
Yeah.
If I may on that, I don't disagree with the request. I think we've been careful to ask that the supervisor of records report be more narrowly focused on the petition process. Perhaps there's a different way rather than adding it to this report to get the answer that you were seeking on a more regular basis as to both legislation and court decisions involving Brown Act and CPRA?
I'm not talking about legislation. That might be a separate thing. I mean,
Okay.
this is just if they're monitoring court decisions. then-
Understood, but I would assume that there are a fairly large number of court decisions involving Brown Act and CPRA throughout the year, and waiting till the end of the year, or in this case, many months later, for that to be, there's probably a more timely way to get that. So maybe you can explore other ways to get that information.
Let me just check that by like looking into that and possibly including that we're not kind of bleeding functions into your advice.
Right.
Yeah. So let's check on it.
Yeah, I just noticed you had that part about court decisions, and so I was just wondering if that can include everything.
Yeah.
We had asked that years ago because there wasn't a good place to get court decisions involving sunshine, and there weren't that many decisions. So this was like a place for the Alan Grossman, John St. Croix decision, and the couple of other cases, either James Chafee or various characters over the years. There really just haven't been that many court cases specific to sunshine, and that's why we thought this was a good narrow place for that as opposed to Brown Act or CPRA.
Okay, any other questions?
Yeah, I have a question.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, you mentioned that there were some requests that were not within your jurisdiction. Do you have any report on that or something off the top of your head?
So all of the various back and forth and communications on each of these petitions is in the appendix to the report. I didn't print out all 400 pages, so I can't currently speak to the two that were beyond our jurisdiction. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I did download this, but I don't, is there a link to that appendix?
All I know is that the report plus the appendix, everything is available on our website, and that's what we transmitted to you all. So,
okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Member Wolf. And for the record, Member Sugarman is noted absent at 4:46 p.m. Okay, if we don't have any other questions, do we have a motion to accept and file the report?
I will so move.
Okay, moved by Member Pelpel to accept and file the Supervisor of Records report. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Member Wolf. Let's go ahead and open up public comment on that motion.
Taking public comment on item 5. If anyone in the room would like to make public comment, please approach the podium. Anyone wishing to make public comment in the online community, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We currently have 2 hands raised.
Okay.
Are you ready? Mr. Lataki.
Hi, good evening. This is Matthew Lataki. I just wanted to highlight that out of 8 of the 17 petitions took over 2 months to be resolved. Of those, 1 took 5 months, 1 took 6 months, and 1 took 10 months. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rosa, are you ready? You've been unmuted.
Hi, yes.
Your 3 minutes begins now.
Great. I happen to be here for a feature item, but I also noticed that I am featured in this report a couple of times. Really want to be as respectful as possible here, but I personally have found that the city attorney's responses have not been helpful ever to me. One of the one of the items here from 2023, I sent to the city attorney's office in April 19th, 2023. I didn't get a response until December of that year, I believe. And of course, I responded back that same day, and I said that I still had not received the information that I had requested, which constituted a withholding to my eyes. And then I just didn't hear back. So yeah, I just wanted to share that I was unable to view the full appendix. I still haven't been able to find it on the website. So I don't have all the details for the other requests, but I also wanted to note that like there's not a single item from 2023 where like city attorney found any kind of wrongdoing, which seems concerning because as we all know, like the city is constantly violating the Sunshine Ordinance. That's why I keep coming to these. It's also concerning to me that so few petitions have been sent to the city attorney, given that we're like a major American city, like that doesn't seems like maybe people don't know that they can do this. And yeah, I don't know that it would help them very much if they did, but I would hope that there'd be more public education about this and that the city attorney's office takes this more seriously. Thanks.
Thank you.
If I may.
There are no other hand raised, no one approaching the podium.
Any other further public comments?
No one has their hand raised.
Okay, I'm just going to read the link real fast and I'll turn it over to Member Schmidt and then Member Pilpel. Just for anyone who's looking for the report, this one or any other info, there are oftentimes several hundred, if not thousands of pages. The URL is sfcityattorney.org/good-government/sunshine-appeals. So that's where you can find them all posted there. Member Schmidt.
Yeah, partly in light of some of the comments we've had, I just want to make sure that the motion is to accept the report and there's not I didn't catch the wording. It wasn't to approve the report in some way. But
Just accept and file. So we're just filing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Accept and
Thank you.
file.
Thank you.
Member Pilpel.
Yes, just to accept and file. And I stand by the motion. I just had one other comment or suggestion, perhaps in the summaries starting on page 2, where it lists the date the petition received and the date of determination. If it's within the 10-day statutory deadline, that's fine. Perhaps for those that take longer, maybe adding a line, some summary reason or reasons for delay in making the determination. I think, as was pointed out, item 7 from Rosa L., the petition was received in April of 2023. The determination was in February of this year. That seems far greater than the 10-day statutory deadline. I don't have the full report in front of me, and I assume that there was communication informing the petitioner of the delay and all that. But I think having something in the summary report saying, needed additional research or whatever the stated reasons were from interim communications, I think would help. And that maybe goes to the comments that the members of the public suggested. Anyway, thanks, Jen, for taking those comments back.
Okay, I don't see any other hands, so I think we could go ahead and take the roll on that motion.
Taking the vote on item 5. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman. Member Sugarman absent. Member Kumar. Member Kumar absent. Member Anderson. Member Anderson absent. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Vice Chair Stein. Aye. Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 3 absent, 7 ayes. Motion passes.
Okay. Thank you very much again, Ms. Court. All right, let's we'll do item 6, and then after item 6, we're going to move on to our special orders, which is the hearing, the complaint related issues. So we'll go 6 and then 9. So you can read item 6.
Item number 6, hearing Sunshine Ordinance Task Force meeting minutes. Consider and potentially approve procedures for approving Sunshine Ordinance Task Force meeting minutes, including a process for Sunshine Ordinance Task Force members to propose edits to draft meeting minutes.
Okay, so this was, I believe, Member Sugarman asked for this to be included. We kind of got into a discussion on one of the approval of meeting minutes actions last meeting, and it made sense to agendize a discussion more broadly for the process of how members, starting with how and when the first set of draft meeting minutes are posted, how and when members of the public and or task force members can submit proposed edits, so that we're not spending a long amount of time in the meetings reading through pages and pages of edits. So this is just the opportunity to have that discussion. I'm not sure we need to formally take an action, but if we need to, we can. It's not like we need to update our complaint procedures or anything like that. But if we need to give some specific guidance to our administrator, this might be the time and place to do it. So I'll kind of, I know Member Highland spoke a little bit about that, our kind of more informal discussion about this. So I don't know if you want to kind of maybe start the discussion, reiterate where your understanding of things were, so we're all on the same page.
Well, I think kind of like we just did at the beginning of this meeting, we just agree that any changes we make to draft minutes be submitted to the administrator X amount of days ahead so that they can be incorporated into the final packet. It's really as simple as that. And I think it's, it's almost something that doesn't need to be stated, but I think we need to, because we've let that process slip. I think a lot of other bodies do that automatically. Do we want to take it all the way to the level of making it one of our policies? I don't think we need to do that, but I think we need to acknowledge that we need to be more efficient about it. That's all, really.
Okay, thank you, Member Highland. Yeah, so I believe the ordinance requires draft meetings to be prepared within 10 business days. So with our meeting the first Wednesdays of the month, that means that at the latest, meeting minutes should be posted, first set of draft meeting minutes should be posted by the third Wednesday of the month for any of us to look at on the web. I think that typically gives everyone, I think, at least, depending on how dates align and would have at least a week to submit edits to that. And so I think the way that it would work best, and feel free anyone to jump in, but if we have that posted set of draft that's online, then we have the set of draft that's included in our packet would be inclusive of any edits that people submit. And so anyone who's curious could see the draft that our administrator wrote, the draft that we're actually going to be voting on, and then we obviously vote and do what we do in our meeting. But I really think that if there's a last minute thing that we need to substantively change in the meeting, that's okay. But I think non-substantive edits really probably are not best to be made live in a meeting.
I agree. I think we lose the timeliness issue. I also remember in the past, we would have not just our own members, but members of the public standing up and saying, that's not what I said. I sent a 50-word, summary that wasn't attached to the minutes, all that kind of stuff. So again, this is a chance for them to see what it is that we're going with. They should also be able to send in emails to our administrator saying, that's not quite what I said, or in case you didn't get it, or please attach my 50-word summary to the minutes at this section. So that could be that should be a collaborative process, and that should all have, I think it might be good to have, minutes posted, draft minutes posted after 10 days, and at the top of it, draft and comments due by X, whatever the closing date is, when you expect any changes. After that, it's final, it gets updated, and it goes into the packet. So I think a closing date for comments at the top of the draft minutes will be a good step, just to make it very clear.
So, Mr. Pearson, is that something that you could do on the first set of draft meeting minutes that you post on the website? Basically say, below is a draft set of meeting minutes for a meeting on such and such a date. Please submit any written requested edits to sotf@sfgov.org by whatever deadline. And then obviously, once we have our meeting and we approve a final set of meeting minutes, that final set will then replace that draft set that's posted online. Is that?
That's it, yeah.
That can be done. In addition, when I've been posting the draft minutes, within 10 days, I've been sending a notice to the members saying that the draft minutes are available.
Okay. And it goes on our website too, right?
I'm sorry?
It goes on our website too, right? The draft.
Correct.
Right, okay.
I think Member Highland has a good point, because I think some members of the public have also from time to time come up during public comment and want to make guys, and this give them that notice to submit their comments as well.
Right, so it's right there. I mean, it hasn't happened in 3 or 4 years, but it may happen again. That cycle may come back. So
So the period of time for the public to respond when they look at the draft minutes online will appear only
Yeah,
for the
I mean-
draft and not in the version. Well, it'll
Just
appear in
be the draft
draft,
version that you first post on the
First draft.
website. The first go around you post on the website.
And then the second go around, even though it's still draft and not yet approved,
Right.
will not have.
No,
that
because
instruction.
that's what we're gonna potentially be voting on.
if members of the public could still step up and say this is wrong, whatever, and then we can decide to continue it if there's a lot of changes that need to be made. However, everyone is being given an opportunity, us and the members of the public, to have a 7 business day period, whatever it comes out to be on average, to send in comments, changes, 50-word summaries, 150-word summaries, whatever it is, at that time. And that should be our new process. I think that'll be efficient.
I think the concern that we're kind of all sharing, I know Member LaHood's brought up several times as well, is that we're being asked to vote on things we're not seeing in writing. And this kind of
Right.
helps everyone see, members of the public see, task force members see what it is we're actually voting on, and to limit, any changes live in the meeting to the most important changes to be made.
Right. And this is, I appreciate Member Pilpel meticulously going over everything, and I would like to see his edits in writing, because sometimes it's hard to absorb them, or things that may seem like, well, this is incidental, other people may think are more substantive. So that's all.
So here's a question. Let's say we all make changes and send it to our administrator. Does she redline them? Does she put everything in? Does she decide which ones? I mean,
if there's multiple different changes to the same,
sure.
then I think,
How do we know? I guess we can look at the original first draft and then look at what's in the package, and we could see the changes. I guess that's what we have to do.
and if there's multiple versions, like if you want to change a certain paragraph different than the edits I submit, then I think the administrator could put, version proposed by Member Highland, version proposed by, Jerry Yankee, version.
I don't think I want to go there. Member.
I think we should go with best judgment.
Yeah.
And if there are conflicting recommendations, I think go to Chair Yankee.
You can just ask me.
Yes, but the.
And that's true. And the member can always speak up during the meeting and say,
Right. And that, because you have that time, if you need to go back to the audio to see what was actually said, to say, okay, these two are actually correct. This is what was said. These two misheard it. That's what we have to put in, for instance.
we can work through that.
Yes.
Yeah. I think it'll be less and less work for you, Tricia, because as we get better at it, I'm hoping.
Do we have any software that would allow us to be collaborative in the notes?
I looked into that. We do not have a process for doing that. That would not result in the possibility of shared communications.
We don't have redlining.
Because we have to do the training, but we don't get to play with the toys.
I'm going to bring that up at the end of the meeting, by the way.
Member Wolf, did you have your hand up? Maybe not. Okay, maybe that's just leftover hand up. Member Schmidt?
Yeah, everything that I've heard so far seems fine. I think if there's too much interaction, then I think we're possibly encroaching on a Brown Act. serial meeting kind of situation. So it's,
Daisy chain.
I think that's something to keep in mind in terms of how far to change what exists today.
Member Wolf, did you have your hand up?
No,
okay.
I'll be lowering your hand.
Member Popel?
Yes, some thoughts. First, starting with the ordinance, as I've been going through it and spending a lot of time in lots of deep, dark corners. My read of 67.16, the clerk or secretary of each board and commission enumerated in the charter shall record the minutes for each regular and special meeting of the board and commission, et cetera, et cetera. So my general interpretation is that 67.16 requires recording and written minutes of charter created board and commission meetings and is silent about ordinance bodies. And we're an ordinance body. Most ordinance bodies have minutes, not all do. You would be interested to know that there are bodies in this city that meet, take actions, not just advisory, but actual actions, and don't have written minutes. I'm not suggesting that we should, but I am suggesting, and there are different ways to interpret this section, that we can choose to be bound by this as if we were a charter board or commission, but we're perhaps not required to follow this. I think it is good language and it, should be used, but I don't think we're, again, technically required in the same way as charter boards and commissions. So that's 67.16. I don't want to go on at length about my issues. I will just say that I have a tenuous situation as to communications, housing, and technology, and transportation. I don't have a way to print things where I'm currently living. My technical capabilities are limited, and it's just difficult for me to get down here and do some of the work that I've previously been able to do. So that may mean that I'm just going to let go of the minutes and either vote for or against the motion, and the minutes will be whatever the minutes are. I just can't do all of that. I did opine earlier, and I still think we should not continue to include the CPRA reference chart. I think there's a better place for that. If we're doing minutes at all, which I do think we should do, I don't think having attachments or charts is helpful. It just bulks it out, and it's not actually recording the actions of the meeting. So my final comment is just in general about the content of the minutes. I think, and I cannot emphasize this enough, shorter is better. I think actions by way of motions, votes, summarizing public comment, a brief, and I mean a sentence or two on each discussion topic and no more, and the time it started and ended. And if somebody, leaves the meeting midway, that's fine. And if they leave the room for 2 minutes, I'm not even sure the minutes need to show that, just the actual vote. My longtime experience with both charter boards and commissions and other bodies in the city is that minutes tend to not be too controversial, tend to be brief, and the longer they make them and the more they appear to be like a verbatim transcript, the more problems arise, because there are questions of spelling and intent and all kinds of things. So that's kind of where I come down is, again, shorter is better. I think having a template for minutes where you can essentially have the draft minutes of a meeting before the meeting's even happened and just drop in a sentence, member blank moved, member so-and-so seconded, member Schmidt presented the recommendation of the complaints committee, member LaHood, presented the recommendation of the compliance and amendments committee, et cetera. I think that's a good way to go. The less complicated we make it, I think the better. I'm happy to stop there. Thanks.
Comment?
Member Wolf, did you have something?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
So while I hear and understand the concern about how the content of our minutes is and maybe the volume of our minutes is, myself sitting on lots of nonprofit boards, this is not like that. And however other commissions wish to do it, I think they have sometimes a particular agenda in the way they want to do it. But I think what's most important here is our service to the public and to provide as much information as possible. You should be able to read a set of minutes and know what happened at the previous meeting. Just by looking at what the actions are is not necessarily enough. And some of the short blurbs or narratives may not even be enough there either. My concern is that while there is an audio component, if somebody has a hearing impairment, there's no way to know what is going on in that audio component because there's no closed captioning. So even on the playback, so they would either have to download it and have some form of assistive technology, and some of that stuff is not the best when there are multiple voices in the room. So, I'm not for shortening the minutes. I think there needs to be enough information in it, and not even, the public is my first and foremost, but even just for ourselves. I think also that a modicum doesn't have to be, volumes and volumes, but just a modicum of information so that if you can read it, if you read it or hear it, you'll have at least a better idea of what went on in that previous meeting than just what the action was. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Wolf. So I don't think we need to necessarily take a vote on kind of the processes we've talked about, since it's more of an administrative thing that I think the administrator in her own purview can try to implement. But if we did want to stop having the CPRA chart included, I believe we did pass a motion to have that included. So I think we would need to take action if we want a go forward basis to that no longer be included. So I don't know if any thoughts on that.
Do you want a motion to that end?
If that's what you want.
Can I ask a question before we make a motion? And correct me if I'm wrong, but Member Pelpel, were you the one who had asked for it in the first place? Or?
I think I'd asked that we have some way to reference it, but I'm not sure that I asked that it be attached to the minutes.
Did you want it attached to the agenda rather than the minutes?
I think I'd really like it to be posted on the website somewhere so that,
That's
people,
reasonable. Yeah.
And if someone says, I really don't know where 6255 landed, if it's 7922.300 or 7925.700, how do I find that out? We can say, oh, we have a handy dandy chart on our website under, resources or some good and intuitive place.
What's the original source of that list? Is that something that we can link to ensure that we have the current version?
It was provided by one of our DCAs. I can get that list to you. Well, I mean, you have the list.
I have the list.
Yeah.
I want to make sure that whatever we post on our site is tied to the most current version.
I believe the chart that was in the minutes that were approved earlier was a out of Westlaw was a derivation table from the new sections of the CPRA to the old sections. I think this was originally created by either the state bar or some professional organization that was involved in the proposed rewrite in 2020 or 2021. And so I think it's a static table that is just referencing, that's a cross-reference between the old sections and the new sections. And as there are additional amendments, I don't think they're going to be reflected on that table because it was simply translating old sections to new. DCA Lopez, does that sound about right?
Yes, DCA Lopez. So I recall.
Do you want to use the mic?
DCA Lopez. Yes, I recall that my office did circulate the chart, but as you mentioned, the chart basically had a conversion from the old numerical citations to the new. Is that what you're searching for? Doesn't sound like it. I'm happy to recirculate that to you.
So my question is, if it's static, how do I ensure that if it's been amended, that it's posted on our website?
May make a suggestion that if you post it on our website, if that's the direction we go, that you say, as of, and we can put the date that took effect. And then if there happens to be something, later, then members would know.
And it's I believe it is a static PDF, and we should probably check that we have the rights to post it if it's a Westlaw Thomson Reuters product, or if there's some other similar document that the city has access to that's that we can post. There's got to be some table that's available that does this. It's in the public domain. It's not like this is some state secret.
And just for the record here, this was the action we took before. This was at our August 7th, 2024 meeting. It was moved by Member LaHood, seconded by Member Anderson to approve the minutes. In this case, it was the May minutes with amendments. And then it said going forward to include an index to explain references to the old version of the California Public Records Act. So that was the motion.
So it was my fault.
What was your motion?
Close.
This is DCA Lopez. I wasn't at that meeting where this was discussed, but I just want to clarify. This is just a chart that has basically a crosswalk reference from one numerical citation to the next. There won't be any parenthetical explanations if that's what folks are looking for. I don't know who's the original author of the chart. I just know it was circulated internally in our office and we circulated to our clients as a reference. So you're right, if their changes are made, those will have to be made in real time going forward. But just want to clarify, it doesn't have any explanatory parentheticals of exactly what was substantively changed or if anything. It's just the change in the citation.
I think that's probably the best we could do. I mean, if that's what we have, and then just put a note, as of the effective date.
Thank you.
So I don't know if anyone wants to.
So for example, on item number 3 in today's agenda, page 13 is the beginning of the document that we're yakking about. So is a motion in order to,
If we want to stop doing that in
Yeah.
the meeting minutes and instead have a direction to post them on the website, I think we need to take a motion to, because the reason we are including is because of a motion. So we would
that's
need-
fine. Okay, so it would be a motion to discontinue including the chart.
But why don't you wait, because that's going to
That's
happen.
fine. I'm crafting it and then I'll restate it. Discontinue including the CPRA reference chart with the minutes, and instead post that or some chart that we would get that's public domain on our website and probably included in the meeting binder.
Okay, so Member Pelpo is making motion. Administrator Peterson, so if you can get ready, here it comes.
So to restate, it's a motion to discontinue including the CPRA reference chart with the minutes and instead to post it or what did I call it? Common? No. An available
chart?
right, a publicly available chart, if this one, right, that we post a similar chart on our website and include it in the meeting binder in the meeting room.
Okay, so that's the motion by member Pilpel.
A publicly available chart on our website and
In the meeting.
In the meeting binder, in our reference binder. And that assumes that the city attorney will help us find a good chart. There are a couple of charts. There's that chart and this chart. So I assume a good and useful chart is out there.
So DC Valerie Lopez, I'm looking up the reference charts that were circulated to this group, and it looks like the publisher of the chart is actually the League of California Cities,
There you go. Of which
So-
we are a member and yada yada.
which
So
is basically the California Public Records Act guide that shows the existing provisions and the proposed provisions. So I could just recirculate this to you.
Perfect. Okay, so that's the motion. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, seconded by Vice Chair Stein. Let's go ahead and move to public comment on that. Be on that motion or anything that we discussed regarding meeting minutes in this topic.
anyone wishing to make public comment on this item, please approach the podium. If you're in the room, members of the public, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. I'll give you just a moment. We have no one in the room, no one with their hand raised.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public comment, and I don't see any other members' hands, so I think we can go ahead and take a roll on that motion.
Taking the vote, Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman. Member Sugarman, absent. Member Kumar. Member Kumar, absent. Member Anderson, absent. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 3 absent, 7 ayes. Motion passes.
Okay, since it's past 5 o'clock now, we're going to hear items 7 and 8 later, but we will move on to our special orders. So please read item number 9.
Item number 9, public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on matters that are within the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force's jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda. We have no one in the room approaching the podium. Members of the public, please raise your hand in the app or press *3 if you'd like to make public comment on item 9. We have no one approaching the podium, no hands raised.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment for item number 9 and move on to item number 10.
Item number 10, hearing. Closing pending complaint files. Hearing to consider closing the following complaint files pursuant to Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Complaint Procedure C9. Item 10A, file number 22070, Maria Schulman versus Sarah Maunder and the Department of Public Accountability. Item 10B, file 22077, Maria Schulman versus the Department of Police Accountability. Item 10C, file number 22111, Maria Schulman versus Virginia Donahoe and Animal Care and Control. Item 10D, file number 22137, Maria Schulman versus Ashley Summers, Mei Lang Wei, Maria Durana, and the Recreation and Parks Department. Item 10E, file number 22146, Maria Schulman versus Department of Animal Care and Control. Item 10F, file number 22147, Maria Schulman versus David Steinberg and Public Works. Item 10G, file number 23027, Maria Schulman versus Department of Police Accountability. Item 10H, file number 23028, Maria Schulman versus Sarah Maunder and the Department of Police Accountability. Item 10I, file number 23035, Maria Schulman versus Sarah Maunder and the Department of Police Accountability. Item 10J, file number 23037, Maria Schulman versus Sarah Maunder and the Department of Police Accountability. Item 10K, file number 23043, Maria Schulman versus Police Department. Item 10L, file number 23065, Maria Schulman versus Lila LaHood, Chair of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Compliance and Amendments Committee. Item 10M, file number 23066, Maria Schulman versus Cheryl Leger, Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Administrator. That completes the reading.
Okay.
I think I need to recuse myself. So I'm going to go step out of the room, and will somebody get me when we're done?
I'm okay. So let's ask, because member LaHood is listed as one of these, does she need to recuse herself from the entire item or just an action on the specific sub item that names her?
But you might take action on all of them collectively.
You may have to split it. Might be the way we do it. I don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm asking. I don't know what's the best way to handle this.
This is DCA Lopez. So I was going to ask a similar question. Is the task force looking to take collective action on all these sub numbers? If so, then yes, she would recuse herself, or are you going to take them individually on that specific line item, then she recuses herself?
Or could we sever the one that deals with member LaHood, take A through?
But why would you do that? You have 6 people. Like, let's be efficient.
No,
No?
disagree. DCA is correct that if this is supposed to be, these are individual items, and it's a consent calendar by its format, you can sever any one you want to be heard independently.
So I'll make a motion to sever item 10L and hear that first.
Oh, okay. So we're going to hear. Okay.
Hold on.
I think I have to step out. Of
No,
the room.
no, you still
Hold on,
vote. You vote on the motion to recuse.
We still have a motion before.
So it's to sever 10L and recuse member LaHood. Is that the?
Well, she recuses
I have to
herself.
recuse myself.
No, we recuse her.
Okay,
That's
we
the that's the proper way to do it under Robert's rules.
Okay, so I make a motion to sever that motion, sever that item 10L and recuse member LaHood.
I believe.
Wait. I'm with you, but I was just going to suggest that we sever 10L, and I think if we deal with that last and do whatever we're going to do with the rest of it, and then member LaHood can request a recusal, take a walk, and we'll do whatever we're going to do.
For hers.
Right.
I think it makes more sense to do A through K.
I don't want to do one thing with that and then.
I withdraw the motion.
No, I think it's appropriate to do a motion to sever 10L and deal with that after, so that we're dealing with the balance first, and then we're dealing with 10L. Does that work for?
I think I still can't vote on it.
You
can vote on the rest.
You can vote on the motion to sever
And you can be here for the
rest of it.
Yeah.
We don't,
It's procedural.
I don't want to lose you on this bit, and then if you have to walk, then you have to walk.
So, do you want me to make a motion to sever 10L and address the other items. Is that the motion?
Okay.
That's what I would.
Okay, that's the motion.
Would be sever 10L, recuse member LaHood, and hear that item.
No, they're saying wait until we get to 10L.
Wait to, okay. So just sever, we're just sever.
So I'm just making a clean and simple motion to sever 10L.
Okay. So we'll deal with that one first. Okay. So a motion to sever 10L and hear it after. Okay. Member Schmidt, is that okay?
Second.
Okay. So that's the restated motion.
Is there a second?
Yeah, Member Schmidt.
Member Wolf, do you have construction going on near
For
you?
dental work?
Yes, I do next.
I hope it's not dental work.
Yeah,
Or really big blender.
Yes. Yeah, I'll mute myself. I'm sorry.
No worries.
So the motion is to sever item 10L.
Yep.
Period.
Clean and simple. Public comment?
Okay. Any public comment on that motion?
Anyone in the room wishing to make public comment on that motion, please approach the podium. Members of the public wishing to speak, please raise your hand using the app or press *3. We have no hands raised, no one approaching the podium.
Okay. So let's take a vote just on that particular motion.
Taking the vote, Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman, absent. Member Kumar, absent. Member Anderson, absent. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Stein. Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 3 absent, 7 ayes. Motion passes.
Okay. So now we can talk about everything but 10L. Okay, so just so everyone is aware, the complaint procedure stated at the discretion of the task force administrator. Complaint hearings may be delayed or scheduled before the SOTF for hearing to consider tabling the matter if the complainant is unresponsive to communication attempts. After 6 months have elapsed and at the discretion of the administrator may inform the complainant. The complaint files will be closed unless they provide confirmation of intent to attend a hearing on a specific date. The complainant will be notified of the intent to table, close complaint files, and the matter will be scheduled before the SOTF for consideration of tabling and closing the complaints due to inactivity. So that's where we are. I believe the administrator started this process in May, so that the 6 months have been 6-month requirement has been met. We did try to schedule some of these complaints. The complainant, I believe, did not show up or provided very last minute confirmation they would not be in attendance. The administrator has continued to work with the complainant to schedule items, but it looks like the complainant has indicated that they want these all pushed off to 2025, which at this point is well beyond the 6 months to get these scheduled. So that's where we're at. It's up to us if we want to follow through on the administrator's recommendation to close these files. We have thoughts. Member Pilpel?
2 things. We may have consideration about whether to essentially close with prejudice so as to, or whatever we want to call it, so that they can't be refiled on the same grounds. Clearly, there's been a fair amount of time, effort, process involved and delay. It doesn't appear that the petitioner is following up. And I think, as I alluded to earlier with Ms. Court about timeliness, I think it cuts both ways with both petitioners and respondents. If a petitioner files a matter and just sort of wanders away, that's not helping anybody either. So there's that. So perhaps closing with the direction not to be able to reopen. And the other, although I look through the packet materials, was Ms. Schulman notified of today's hearing? Was there an email? And if so, is that not in the packet? I just want to be sure that we have properly notified that we might be, doing this.
Yeah, that would have gone after the packet was posted. So was she on the notification email?
She was notified.
Okay. And, okay. And you saw it and you're good.
I'm not sure. I think she was at times.
And was there any response to that? I mean, unless Ms. Schulman appears electronically.
Did she provide a response to you?
Yes, just a moment.
Okay.
Okay.
Just a moment, please.
Member Highland here, just to make sure I'm reading this item correctly. Our last communication to her was 6 months ago, right? May 23rd? Nope.
No, that's when this conversation started, but we've had multiple, so it started on May 23rd. That's at the top, that's page 2. And as you scroll down through the attachments, you can see
Okay.
the follow-up
I was hoping.
communications.
All right. So it's not in reverse chronological.
It's chronological.
Isn't it usually in reverse chronological? Or is it my imagination? Makes sense, wouldn't it? Just so that you can.
I did not.
So, Member Philpott, were you saying that this does give her chances to reopen them, or?
We haven't taken a motion yet, but I think that could be a consideration as whether there's any ability to reopen or not.
I prefer not.
I agree, but
So okay, I understand what you're saying.
And
That's right.
And what I was getting to on this question of a response, I appreciate the background material from May, September, October, but I was really hoping to see the notice for today's meeting, and if there was a response after the packet closed, to have a copy here today so I could evaluate.
And looking at page 43,
Yeah.
number 9, administrator's authority to table closed files. After 6 months have elapsed, at the discretion of the administrator, may inform the complainant, close unless they provide confirmation of intent to attend a hearing on a specific date. So that has happened, right?
Well,
If we can read that into the.
She says, got it, thanks. That's on 10:30. Is there, so, okay. Her response is on 10:30.
So I have been. The administrative hearing on. Is trying to attend. She indicated. She understands.
Back in October.
Okay, yeah, but that's not what, but in any event, I actually did find what we're looking for. And I can confirm that she was provided notice on,
Of this meeting and her.
of this particular meeting, yes.
And her item being.
Yes,
this meeting.
yes, on Tuesday, November 26th of 2024.
and there was or was not a response?
I was blind carbon copied, so if there was a response, I wouldn't get it.
So no other responses from Ms. Schulman other than that.
But that couldn't be included in the packet anyways, because that's after it got posted.
Right. But we're asking our administrator, did Ms. When's the last communication you have from Ms. Schulman? What date?
So if you search for her email address, Pat, what's the last time you received an email from her?
I'm guessing it's 10:30, October 30th, but
Yes.
yes.
Okay.
Okay, so she did not respond, but she was noticed about
Yes.
this item being on this
Yes.
agenda.
Yes.
Okay. Good, good, good to check.
And to member Highland's point, I think the circled language, although the administrator may inform the complainant that the files will be closed unless they provide confirmation of intent, I think we did have confirmation of intent, but then the petitioner subsequently said, I'm not going to be there. So it's
Disconfirmation.
a little fuzzy, but I'm on balance satisfied that petitioner was notified, and I think we can act. I do think we should follow up if we do act tonight with a specific confirming email saying this is what we did.
Yes.
Please be aware. Very
Needs to
much
know.
so.
So is
Sounds like,
do you have a motion then?
sounded like a motion to me.
Yeah.
Why don't you suggest what you want to do? And
I'll make the motion.
that's fine.
I will move to close, to accept the recommendation of the administrator and close items 10A through 10K and 10M with further instructions to the administrator to not reopen those files or to open any files on the same subject matter. From the plan. Oh, sure, go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to do it, but you guys
Oh, I'm
went
sorry.
straight to it. I think in this packet somewhere, we already indicated that, I mean, I could be wrong, but I thought I remember reading that we indicated that we may close these, but you have the opportunity to reopen them. And so it seems strange to me that we would then go and say, no, you can't reopen them. And I'm also wondering because she says 2025, I mean, she could mean in a month or she could mean in 2 months. I kind of would lean more towards not wanting to close them with prejudice, but to close them without prejudice, but maybe have some kind of process, which we haven't discussed before, about if we close and then someone reopens a second time and doesn't show up, maybe then we close them definitively or something.
Okay, so in the packet, Ms. Schulman on Tuesday, October 29th, 2024, this is on page 37, says, can I reopen the files or file new complaints? When she says other things, but she says, but the entire process has been excruciating, inaccessible, and discriminatory. What if I have a health condition or work responsibilities? And then she's notified by our administrator that says the task force will discuss at the hearing whether the matters may be reopened, new complaints may be filed.
Yeah, I read that as like new complaints that just repeat these old complaints.
Oh, no, I read it as, new complaints.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's not like she's banned from the,
That's fine.
yeah, we don't do that, obviously, but
Okay, then go ahead.
okay.
And, you know, as a standard course, our administrator will not open duplicative files. Just a standard practice, so we don't need to mention that.
Here's what I would suggest. Two things. I would strike the beginning that this was the administrator's recommendation. I'm not sure that there was a specific recommendation. I think we were doing this sort of, Member Schmidt, what's the term? Sua sponte?
Yeah.
So I would suggest closing 10A to 10K plus 10M, instructing the administrator not to reopen on these specific allegations, and perhaps add to that if there is a further communication from Ms. Schulman related to these matters, to inform the chair and or the task force through the administrator's report. And so to Vice Chair Stein, so if we did get something from her saying, I'm back with the program, I'm happy to come in February, we would see that and we can discuss that in the future. So that the action would be with us to reopen that we would have already given direction to the administrator. Does that work for you, Chair Yankee, generally?
You could say per section C9 and just leave it at that.
Okay.
We make the decision.
Okay, so delete, I'll rescind the motion I initially made, so just delete that patent in its entirety. So I will say, I will move to close items 10A through 10K and item 10M pursuant to complaint procedure C9 to further instruct the administrator to not reopen these files or duplicative files, and to inform
Not to reopen these files or duplicative
the
files.
files, and to instruct the administrator to forward any follow-up communications from Ms. Schulman to all task force members on this item. So if, you'll obviously send her and let her know what the action is. And then if she responds, forward it to us.
Which could be through the administration, whatever, however, doesn't matter how. That's fine.
Moved by Chair Yankee to close items 10A through 10K and 10M pursuant to Complaint Procedure 10-9, and further instruct the administrator to not reopen these files or duplicative files, and to forward any follow-up communications from Ms. Schulman to all task force members
That's
for consideration for.
just
period.
forward. And then if anyone wants to put it on the agenda for something that they feel that needs to be examined, then they can let me know. We'll add it to the agenda. I'm not going to just necessarily add it to the agenda if Ms. Schulman protests it, but if someone feels so compelled to do so, let me know, and then we can talk about adding it.
Okay, and is there a second?
So that's my motion.
Anybody seconding? I've done the left.
I'll second.
There we
Comments?
Seconded by Member Lovitt.
Okay. Did you have a comment, Member Wolf?
Yeah. With regards to, is the part that you had mentioned before about not being able to bring any of these actions forward again to the task force? Was that part of your motion still?
Yes. So that would be any of these specific. She can't. I'm proposing that the complaints can't be restarted, essentially, and so we don't have to go through this over and over again.
Well,
now, that doesn't stop her from filing, obviously any other complaint, about a different matter or even a different person, but nothing that exactly mirrors what we already have in our closing.
I don't know that we have the power or authority to do that. We have the power or authority to close a file with or without prejudice, but our complaint procedure is clear in 7B that the complainant may also refile the complaint on a future date beyond the 60 days.
But that's under 7B. We're doing this under C9. It's silent on one or the other. It doesn't say that.
I still didn't. Then that is in conflict with with it, because in C9 it's the administrator's authority.
No,
it's not the task force authority.
No, it doesn't, because it says the complainant shall be notified of the intent to table closed files, and the matter will be scheduled before the SOTF for consideration of tabling closing the complaint due to inactivity. That's
but you're just closing this one complaint. So now it's closed, and they can come back at some future date and file another complaint against the same respondent for the same issue. I've never heard that. We have never done this before. This would be unprecedented.
I'm going to pull my second on this because I think it's ambiguous enough that maybe we need to restate this.
Because have we, do we actually hear these?
No.
No. Okay. Well, then maybe I think I agree with Member Wolf. It's not like we've been through the merits of this and ruled, and therefore we can say whether they're duplicative or not. We've never even looked at these, right? So I think we just keep it clean and simple. We just say these are closed, period, and not put the additional instructions at the end, maybe. So we're not.
Member Popo?
Something about splitting small children. Maybe the next iteration is to close the files per C9, be silent on whether or not to reopen, and request the administrator to forward any subsequent communications from Ms. Schulman, if there are any, related to these particular files to the task force by way of the administrator's report. And so we can decide if we hear something further to do something about it or not.
Okay, I'm gonna restate my motion based on that feedback to say just to close the files and not reopen. I'm being silent on anything about new files, just to close these files and not reopen these particular files. And then if she opens new files, then we can deal with those.
There you go.
As is. So if you could.
And nothing further about communications, just to close the files.
And can I get further clarification? I heard two things. One is if there are further communications to forward them to the members of the task force. I'm also hearing provide that information in the administrator's report.
But maybe you just want to be silent on the whole issue and just
We don't
say
even need
close
to
the
say that.
files.
I mean, it's, if anything comes, she's going to forward it to us and we're going to decide. I mean,
Yeah, that essentially is what I.
I'm willing to, if someone else wants to make this motion instead. Here's what I want to make sure is that we've gone round and round and round with Ms. Schulman on this for months, right? To the point that we haven't even gotten many of these, if not most of these, even to a committee for hearing. That Ms. Schulman has taken up spots on our agenda that other members of the public could have used. And they have had, other members of the public have had their cases delayed by Ms. Schulman's inability to attend. It has put a tremendous amount of work on our administrators since the majority of our open files are Ms. Schulman's that she will not attend hearings for. So what I would like to see not happen is us taking action only to tomorrow Ms. Schulman email our administrator and say, no, I really do want to come for all these, reopen all of them. And then we reopen them and then we're back to where we started. And we start this process again of, fine, we can come in January. And then, no, I'm not going to. I mean, I think at some point, a complainant needs to show some level of commitment to attending. And we've given her over 6 months to give us a date.
So
you said she will attend.
so we're kind of almost closing these on 7B. That's really what we're saying, failure to attend, because we can't schedule that first meeting. I mean,
Well, I think 7B is more of envisions. It's on the agenda
and they don't, right.
and they don't show up. Right, which we did have happen to one of her cases. I think that one we did close under 7B that she didn't. These are the remainder ones that she's refused to commit to a date.
So maybe the motion just could be closing these files and a reminder that future files attendance is required to be on the agenda. So if you even want to say that.
I'm going to actually rescind my motion entirely. So whoever else wants to do it, go for it. That's my thought on it.
I think we
Member Highland, I'll second that the way you just said it.
Okay. I think Vice Chair Stein was going to say something.
Go ahead and make your motion. I don't have your motion written down.
Okay, that I make a motion to close items 10A through 10K and 10M.
First,
Nope, just close or nothing. I don't think we have to.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm just gonna leave it at that. I don't think we need to put the reminder in, Member Wolf. I think just a motion to close.
That's fine. I'll second it.
All right.
Moved by Member Highland, seconded by Member Wolf. To close items 10A through 10K and 10M.
So just a question, if Ms. Schulman asks these to be reopened tomorrow, what should the administrator do?
Right. Our procedure allows anyone with a case that has been closed without prejudice to refile. As what it says, the complainant may also refile the complaint on a future date.
And then the following sentence says, the SOTF or its chairperson shall determine if the complaint shall be reopened.
That's right.
So it gives us the
You can
authority.
decide. Yeah.
So I don't know if this task force wants to take position on that, or if you want me to. I prefer to,
Bring it to.
since
No,
he's,
but that's only if she refiles a complaint.
Right.
Not we can't predict if she's going to refile a complaint. and create a punitive matter before it even happens? No, I don't agree with that.
Chair Yankee.
I think Vice Chair Stein first.
Yeah, I mean, now that I look at all of 7B, it does seem like it gives some discretion about what can happen at that point. I think you could even bring it back to the full task force if that did happen. And I think it's quite possible that would happen. So it makes me also think that maybe for our procedure for, our other, which one is it? D9, that we might need to think about when do we finally and definitively sort of close a case with prejudice, because there's nothing in our procedures that would allow for that. And I could imagine some cases going on for years and years. Hopefully that won't happen here. But I do feel like, I understand if this person, if the petitioner filed these cases and then things came up and they didn't have the ability, but I'd still like to take them off of our, rolls and let them be refiled when there is the ability to deal with it. But then maybe we need to think about, if that kind of thing happens, how many times do we do that? Like, maybe there is a limit to the number of times that we would do that, but we're not there yet.
Mr. Chair?
I remember Pilpel, member LaHood, and then you, member Wolf.
Thank you.
So I think the latest version of the motion works just to close the matters, presumably to inform the petitioner of such, and trust our fearless leader that in the event that there's a further communication, that you'll exercise your discretion to deal with it. And if you decide what to do, bring it back to the full body at the next meeting and say, hey, we got this. What do you guys want to do? And we'll weigh in on the thing. But if we don't have to, let's not. And you've got the authority to manage it. That's my view.
Member LaHood?
I think I agree with what Vice Chair Stein was saying. Let's not decide before it happens. And there is a possibility that she's thinking of these collectively as, I don't want to deal with that now, but maybe there's one in there that for whatever reason she actually does care about and would bring back. But Chair Yankee, I also see your position. If she comes back and reopens all of these, I would understand if you brought it back to the full task force and said, look, this is what we're dealing with. But yeah, I'm in support of the current motion we have on the table, and I see that there are reasonable avenues to deal with various versions of response that may occur.
Okay. Member Wolf?
Yeah, sorry about the noise in the background. I would maybe, if it's okay with Member Highland, maybe add something like, and we urge Ms. Schulman to seek other venues, like a court of, similar jurisdiction or something like that, to take up these matters.
I'm going to leave that out of the motion. I mean, that could be a communication from the chair to her, separately, but probably a good idea.
So if Ms. Schulman responds back to the administrator, I will agendize this again in January for us to consider if she wants to reopen any or all of these files. Just giving everyone a heads up. That's the plan of it. I can take on this.
She won't be reopening these files. She would be filing new complaints.
Don't know.
Or duplicative files. It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I mean, bottom line, if somebody has, whether it's Ms. Schulman or anybody else, if they have a file, if they're willing to show up at a hearing, we're willing to hear the matter. If they're not willing to show up, then there's a huge amount of back and forth that doesn't go anywhere. So that's why you've got the discretion to manage the docket.
I think there needs to be how we get there. And if this is maybe not the time to do it, but I think there needs to be some level of finality. Ms. Schulman's not the only one who's been dealing with. Some of these people have been, if you look at some of these, they've been going on for 2 years. There's several 2022 ones on here. And then we get to the administrator's report, and I hear comments that why do we have 2022 files? And this is why. And if we take actions to close them, only to have said individual shoot off a one-line email that says, please reopen all files. and then we're back to where we started. I don't think that takes us closer to where we need to be. We could try, but I have a feeling that the action is going to be that we'll have these asked to be reopened and
So-
have to make it, we'll go through this discussion again in January.
Member Highland here. So maybe we need to put the complaint procedure back on the agenda and put in a couple of bullet items to cover this exigency. In other words, after 6 months of back and forth, we can do this, or after 3 attempts, we can do that. That sounds like kind of in this no man's land right now.
Yeah, I think there's some level of silence, particularly under this C9 about what we do.
Maybe if we just ask the complaint committee to take its occasional look at the procedures, and if there's anything that needs to be buffed up in this area, then recommend language and, we'll look at it. I have no objection to that. Anyway, I think the motion that we have is good, does what we need to do, and let's just do this. Is this going to fix everything in the world? No. Is this going to help? Let's try it.
Okay. Anyone else? So I think we have, can you, just so we know where we're at, restate the motions on the floor?
The motion is by Member Highland, seconded by Member Wolf to close items 10A through 10K and 10M.
Okay. Let's go ahead and move to public comment on that.
Public comment. Anyone in the room wishing to speak on this item, please approach the podium. Members of the online community, please raise your hand using the app or press *3. We have no one in the online community with their hand raised, no one approaching the podium.
Okay, go ahead and take the roll on that.
Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Sugarman, Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman, absent. Member Kumar, absent. Member Anderson, absent. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Vice Chair Stein. Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 3 absent, 7 ayes, motion passes.
Okay, so to be clear, there will be a communication because there was no hearing on the merits. There will not be ODs on any of these.
Correct. No ODs, Pat, but make sure that Ms. Schulman knows the action that we took. So just a simple email saying we've closed these files.
And you should get a CC on that or collaborate on it. And now we need to deal with 10L.
Yes, so I'm going to move that we recuse Member LaHood from consideration of item 10L.
Second.
Okay, any discussion on that? I think technically it's a motion, so we need to take public comment.
Anyone wishing to make public comment, please approach the podium or raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no public comment.
Okay, public comments closed. Let's go ahead and take the roll call on that motion.
Taking the vote, Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman, absent. Member Kumar, absent. Member Anderson, absent. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. 3 absent.
Okay.
7 ayes. Motion
All right.
passes.
We'll come get you.
But should we read 10L?
Sorry?
Should we read 10L? Or do we already read it?
She read it, yeah.
Okay.
You read it.
All right, so on 10L, I will move that we close item 10L, period.
Second.
Highland.
Okay, moved by Member Pilpel, seconded by Member Wolf to close item 10 or 10L. Or the file in 10L.
I'm sorry, what came after item 10L?
The file in 10L. So we're closing file 23065.
Public comment?
Yep.
Taking public comment. Anyone in the room or in the online community wishing to make public comment in this, on this item, please approach the podium or raise your hand using the app or press *3. You have one hand raised and no one approaching the podium.
Okay.
Taking the caller.
Yep.
Hello, caller. You have been unmuted. I see the name Gio or Joe. Hello, caller. Caller, I saw that the microphone was just muted. Do you wish to speak? If you do not, please lower your hand. Hand has been lowered.
Yeah, and I'll note too, it looks like this public commenter has been putting stuff into the chat box. We do not respond to things in the chat box. So that's it says, how do I unmute? Chat box, but that's a procedure. Was it star?
I am unmuting you. One moment, please.
Star 3.
I think we can use the chat for technical questions like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
That,
Caller, you have-
that's
Caller,
I
caller
think you, but-
Gio or Joe, Geo, you have been unmuted.
Geo. Try to geolocate.
Yeah, it's not working.
Hello, caller.
I see that no, this is a member Wolf. I see that you've unmuted them, but it's not working on their end.
Is there like do you know if there's a code that they need to touch on their own phone to unmute or no?
No,
Just-
I can control it as well.
Okay. So to answer your question, in the chat, which I try not to do, but no, there's no specific, I mean, just make sure your phone, Mr. Geo is or Ms. Geo is unmuted. But on our end, we have put you on unmute status, so you should be able to speak. We still can't hear you.
And they're on by phone and not by computer.
It looks like by computer, assuming it has a little headset next to them. So I think that's,
Please make sure that your speaker is unmuted. Looks like you are called.
You know what? Sorry, I apologize. There was a mute button on the speaker. It sounds like nobody's
we can hear
talking.
you. We can
Now
hear
you
you.
can hear me just fine.
Yes.
Okay, so here goes. I've been making various requests. This is regarding a sealed and expunged police arrest record that also I had the misfortune of being mislabeled a psychiatric emergency.
I'm
and
going to stop you there. Please stop the clock. You can only provide public comment on the motion that's on the floor, which is a motion to close item 10L on the agenda, file 23065. If this public comment is about any topic other than that you can't provide it at this point.
Did I miss 9 public comment? Has that already come and gone?
Yes, that has come and gone.
Okay, is there any way to reopen it or no?
No, that was about 50 minutes ago.
Oh, okay, so it was right around 5 o'clock. Okay, so at this point, what is it, Robert's Rules that rejects any further public addition?
So at this point, we're only taking public comment on the topic that we're discussing, which is 10L.
And 10L is more of what is this person's name here that we keep talking about?
It's a hearing to consider closing the following complaint file pursuant to SOTF complaint procedure C9. This is for file sub item 10L, file 23065. So there's a motion.
Right, the Maria Shulman, Leela Mahood, or Leela Lahood thingamajig.
Yes.
Okay, I guess I'll keep listening. I don't know anything about Maria Shulman, but that person sure sounds interesting.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We have no other callers in the queue.
Okay. We'll go ahead and close public comment and take a roll call on that motion.
Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood, recused. Member Sugarman, absent. Member Kumar, absent. Member Anderson, absent. Member Highland,
Aye.
Member Highland, absent. Member Pilpel,
I already voted.
Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 1 recused, 3 absent, 6 ayes. Motion passes.
Okay.
Should I go get her?
Yeah, sure. Thanks.
Just a question, and maybe we want to take a break for a minute or two after this. Do we want to consider reopening public comment for?
You can make a motion if you want to, but I'm not going to do that.
We changed we stopped everything, so it could be at 5 o'clock.
I understand. I'm just
I mean, if you can make any motion you want as a point of order.
I don't want to make a motion if anyone's going to object. If fine, then let's not. I'll just say to whoever the GO person is, if you missed your opportunity for public comment, if you're able to submit an email to the task force, it'll be circulated and we'll see it. Thanks.
Okay. Just noting for the record that Member LaHood is back and we are ready to move on to item number. Well, actually, did anyone need a break? You brought that up, or are we good?
Yeah.
You want
I mean, either now or after the next item would be great.
any preference?
You just had a break.
No, but I didn't know how fast it was going to be, so I didn't go anywhere.
I recuse myself. So I'm taking a break.
It's been 2 hours. We'll take a break here.
Okay.
And then we'll come back at 6:20.
Okay, thanks.
Right. So we can mute the mics.
Taking a break at 6:08, returning at 6:20. Mics are on. Office meeting is resuming at 6:23 p.m.
Okay, we're back at 6:23. If you could read item number 11.
Are we not going back to 7? 7.
Nope. Oh, sorry. Oh,
Item 11, file number 23099, complaint filed by Mark LaCroix against the San Francisco Fire Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance 67.5 by failing to conduct meetings of any policy body open in public. 67.10, conducting a closed session hearing on a non-permitted topic. And 67.11, by failing to properly notice a closed session hearing. On August 7, 2024, the task force moved to find a violation of Administrative Code Section 67.10 Sub B regarding the January 12, 2022 Fire Commission meeting as to item 5C. The task force further found that in light of the previous motion, Ms. LaHood asked the Fire Commission to release the portion of the January 12, 2022 closed session pertaining to item 5C and requested a response from the commission. We
Okay.
did receive a supplemental submission from the complainant, Mr. LaCroix, that was added to the packet. And we have Ms. Conifrey available, promoting her to panelist.
okay, and do we have Mr. LaCroix?
Mr. LaCroix was told that he did not need to attend, but he is present.
So let's, if he wants to, and we can certainly let him.
Mr. Chair,
Mr.
point of order.
Yeah.
I just, is the communication in the package?
Yes, I was just about to get to that. It's page 71.
71, okay, great.
If you refer to the bookmarks, it is the item with 3 asterisks followed by the word new.
The bookmarks.
Bookmarks. So if you have downloaded the document versus opening it in the browser, if you download the document, you'll be able to view in the PDFs a series of bookmarks that will jump you to the document.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's a good idea. I appreciate that, but I'm using the browser. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, if you go to page 71, it'll be there.
Appreciate it.
Okay, so that's where this one is.
I'm sorry. What's on page 71 appears to be just the notice. Is there something else that I'm missing?
My page 71 shows a letter from the commission.
Member Pilpel, I believe you're looking at a hard copy.
Right.
Um,
That's
and,
all I have.
and the addition that was made yesterday, I'm sorry, is not in your hard packet. I prepared that on Monday.
Do we have copies for the room?
I do, let's see. No, that was prepared on Monday as well.
When?
Okay, I will read it into
Right.
the record. It's only 2 paragraphs. This was sent on November 15th, 2024. It says, Dear Honorable Task Force members, at the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force meeting of August 7th, 2027, I think they meant 2024, but that's what it says.
Okay, this is on page 66 of the packet.
Yeah, mine too.
Mine as well. Do you have an update? Like I clicked on the link in the email, or are you on a different link?
I'm
like a
clicking the
different
link
version?
that's, oh,
I also don't see the 3 stars.
I'm clicking the link was from the agenda that's posted here. So I clicked.
Maybe when we click on the link in the email, we're getting an earlier version.
It could be.
Okay.
Because I'm getting, does yours end in item 11A.pdf? The URL?
Should say 11A.
Oh, well, now I downloaded it. No. Hang on, let me go to the PDF. No, it says 11.
Okay. It's 11A. Apparently, there was,
So does that mean when the packet is updated, there's a new URL? And if we go to the original URL, we're not going to the right packet?
Yeah, that can't happen.
Generally not. We are having challenges with Drupal where we cannot update a previously uploaded document. All new, any change now needs a new URL.
Yeah, that can't happen.
And did we receive the new URL or should we only be downloading from the website?
The website is current.
Okay.
As a web developer, that is a Drupal problem.
Okay. Whether it's page 71 or 66, I think all of us do have that letter though. Is that,
Yes.
we do, okay.
Okay. But was there something else from Mr. LaCroix or only this
So,
November
okay.
communication from the commission?
So, yeah, Pat, can you address that?
Thanks.
There was a submission by Mr. LaCroix. I had thought I had forwarded Mr. LaCroix's statement. Let me,
Do you know when it was?
yesterday?
That's after the deadline. We give them a deadline. They can't submit after the.
The deadline, he submitted, I believe it was 3 o'clock on Monday, and the deadline was shortened because of the holiday. So I had given him until I had given all parties until Monday at 5 o'clock. And I thought I had submitted that email to each of you saying that it had been received. There was a response from you to remind me to let Ms. Conifrey know.
I received that email
Okay.
a day or two ago. It's a 2-page statement dated December 2.
In the future, can we just have copies and for today, can somebody just read it, whatever it is? That would be great. Thanks.
This is. So
I found it. If it due Tuesday, December 3rd, I received it at 4:58 p.m.
okay, I'll read it.
Thank you.
This is the supplemental from Mr. LaCroix. Okay. Says, whereas the Fire Commission has responded to the SOTF's request to release the record in question with the following statement, quote, after due consideration of the request and by a unanimous vote, the Fire Commission decided to not release the closed session recording. The Fire Commission's decision is in line with the position taken in prior correspondence with the task force on this issue, end quote. So now we're back to Mr. LaCroix talking. And the referenced, quote, prior correspondence from the Fire Commission stated, quote, both the Ralph M. Brown Act and the Sunshine Ordinance authorized the holding of closed sessions regarding dismissals of employees, close quote. In parentheses, the word regarding is nowhere to be found in the referenced authorizations. Quote, questions of process regarding a particular dismissal can easily include some discussion of the dismissal or other dismissals that are also being considered in that closed session, close quote. Notably absent from the Fire Commission's response is any reference or testimony supporting the contention that the Fire Commission was actually discussing the status and calendar of cases. Instead, the Commission boldly states, the Commission went into closed session to discuss dismissals of specific employees, one of whom was Mr. LaCroix, end quote. I respectfully ask the task force members to review the following guidance from the Good Government Guide in order to gain perspective on what the Fire Commission admitted was happening in the closed session in question. Mind you, the closed session meeting was some 40 days before the first evidence was presented or any argument was made on the governing law in any of the affected fire department members' cases. It says, Good Government Guide, Conduct of Commissioners. When acting in a quasi-judicial capacity, members of boards and commissions function like judges. Thus, they must take care to ensure that the parties appearing before them receive due process. Due process requires fair adjudicators free of any bias. Members of boards and commissions, including members of the Board of Supervisors, must listen to the evidence presented before making decisions and base their decisions on the evidence in the record before them and on the governing law. See Petrovich Development Company, LLC versus City of Sacramento, and has some citations to that case. Third, commissioners should not communicate with other members of the board or commission about a pending matter, even if less than a quorum of the body. Commissioners should make their decisions on the basis of the evidence presented to them rather than the views of their fellow commissioners, especially if those views are based upon matters outside the hearing at hand. That's the end of the quoting of the Good Government Guide. So then back to Mr. LaCroix. So since the Fire Commission has not only denied me this record, but it is now denying the task force request for this record, I respectfully request the SOTF to now consider a violation of 6721 in this case and give a determination in writing as to whether the requested record is public. Thank you, Mark LaCroix. Okay.
Thank you. And again, in the future, if we get late correspondence, if we can get copies of it here, that would be great. Thanks.
Okay. So members, did we want to have a discussion here and just ask Mr. LaCroix and Ms. Conifrey any questions, or would you like to hear maybe a 3-minute summary from each of them on where things stand besides what they submit in written form? Any preference? Member Schmidt?
I don't necessarily have a preference, but I'm looking at the way the matters come to us, and it's a little bit unique. We did find a violation. There was a request, and it seems that one subject here is whether we do something when that request was not satisfied. I'm not quite sure if we're also going to consider what seems to me to be a different question, and that was maybe just presented 2 days ago, which is that there's now a request to find a 6721 violation. So I'm not necessarily trying to say that other things can't be considered, et cetera, but I'm just trying to figure out what am I listening for, et cetera, and those seem like they're open issues here.
Yeah, when this was calendared, the reason I calendared this is we had taken the prior action, asked for a response from the Fire Commission, received that response, so I wanted to give us the opportunity to review that response and see how we wanted to go. That's what that asking of a violation was well beyond the agendizing of this. If we want to go in that direction, we can talk about that, but that wasn't the intent. This was just to consider what the Fire Commission's response to us was that we asked them to do. So I'm not sure we really need to hear from each party unless we have questions, because we've already heard this case and we can all see what the Fire Commission responded with. I'm not sure if we don't have to take any action. We can just, it is what it is, and we can just, the file gets closed. But before just closing the file, I want to make sure everyone had the opportunity to review that communication, since it was something we asked for, in case members had some other ideas on how we should proceed in this case if we so choose. So I'll open it up.
I have a question of just clarification.
Sure.
From us, between us, just like, so I know whether to ask a question or not. So, I mean, in their letter, they're stating, and they're citing 6710B, and 6710B is about permitted topics, what they may include in a closed session, like prior to a closed session happening, like they can decide what can be included or not. This particular case is about a closed session that already happened. Is that right? And the complainant is requesting the disclosure of the closed session.
Going back to our August meeting minutes, I believe this was a closed session that occurred, and he wanted the copy of that we found at the time of violation of 6710B in the motion that was made and approved by the task force.
Okay, thank you.
Nope.
All right, Member Popel, several points. First, going back to late materials for this meeting, again, in my review, there's pretty convoluted language in the Brown Act. If someone wants to make a note of this, 549 57.5, I think it was B2B, about material submitted to a legislative body of a local agency less than 72 hours prior to the meeting in connection with an agenda item, that it needs to be put on the website. It needs to be clearly indicated that it was a late submission of material, and there are provisions for what the agency has to do during the day to make it available, et cetera. It's, again, pretty convoluted, but I'm not sure how well, perhaps we attempted to comply, but perhaps we didn't quite get it right because of Drupal and whatever else. And again, if there's any late material in the future, we should just have 15 or 20 copies that we can distribute. If we want to ignore it, we're free to do so, but we should have that available, and we should find a way to post it pursuant to that code section. That was late material. On the order, although the packet has a lot of the material that we've already seen, the actual order of determination that I believe we approved 2 weeks ago is not in the packet. And I've asked before, and I will reiterate, that when we're seeing something like this that's post decision on the merits, I am only interested in the order of determination and any correspondence subsequent to that, such as the Fire Commission letter of November 15th and the communication from Mr. LaCroix, notice of the hearing, that sort of thing. I'm not interested in looking at the material that we already had prior to the hearing on the merits. So that's for me in terms of the packet. On the 67, on this new 67.21 claim, I don't believe that, however that's happening between Mr. LaCroix and the fire department or fire commission, I don't believe that there's been a complaint on that filed with the task force, and I'm disinclined to add things. I don't have a problem adding things to the record, but I don't want to add additional allegations that weren't before the task force, and I don't think we're in a position tonight to hear a complaint about 6721 as to release or non-release of portions of a closed session tape or any of that. I think if Mr. LaCroix wants to file a subsequent complaint, that would go through our normal process, but we haven't been briefed, and I'm not prepared to address that tonight. I think what, again, without having the OD in front of me, I think the request was a request to the Fire Commission, as is indicated in the italicized thing in the middle here. Request to release the portion of the January 12th, 2022 closed session pertaining probably to item 5C and requesting a response from the commission. We got the response. They declined to release the portion of the closed session, but I think that was a request. I don't think that was an order, and I don't know that we would have the power to order the commission to release a closed session tape or a portion thereof. And to the commission's credit, according to Ms. Conifrey's letter of November 15th, the commission did consider the task force request. We didn't see an agenda, but I assume it was properly agendized at the November 13th, 2024 meeting, and considered it and decided not to release it. So that's good that they considered our request. They chose not to release it, but that all seems good. So where I end up with this is, I think we made a choice on the merits. That's in the minutes. That's in an OD. I think we, just fundamentally disagree with the Fire Commission and their interpretation of whether they could properly go into closed session on this matter. Unfortunately, I don't think that there's any other place within the ordinance, within our structure, that we could send this that would be viable remedy. We could send this to the Ethics Commission, and they're going to be like, what are you talking about? We could send this to the DA, and I don't think the DA is going to do anything about it. I'm pretty sure that the Attorney General's got other problems to deal with, and, you know, investigating a potential local agency closed session violation of this matter, of this nature, isn't going to rise anywhere. So unfortunately, I think Mr. Lacroix has perhaps exhausted his administrative remedies, and all he has left is to take the record and go to court and argue that there was a closed session violation. And for whatever reason, there's actually a lot of case law in California on public agencies and closed session questions. And it may be that we're right and that Mr. LaCroix is more correct than not, or it may be that the Fire Commission can go into closed session and that they're right, and that it's just a question of interpretation. But I guess where I'm at is that we're at the end of the road here, and just as you're all exhausted listening to me, perhaps he's at a point of exhaustion in terms of administrative remedies. That's where I am.
Mr. Chair.
Hang on one second. Membership, were you next? Did you have,
I'll just say I'm generally in agreement with Member Pilpel. I do think that we're not at a point where we could make a 67.21 decision, because we don't know if there was actually a request made that was denied, which would sort of put it before us properly. So so in essence, I'm pretty much in agreement with Member Pilpel's analysis.
okay, Member Wolf, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a little bit different take on this. I agree with the points that members have made, but not that we should be compelled not to take any action or not to review this just because, or send it for enforcement just because we may or may not know one of the enforcement agencies or departments that is available to us, in the past, based upon their past history and past activity. I think that is a bad way for us to proceed. Maybe this one they will. Maybe they'll say, oh, this one, maybe we should send it to the city attorney, and because the city attorney would have to defend this in court, and maybe they should have a look at it and maybe advise the Fire Commission that maybe they're creating a liability or risk against the city, and they should maybe take a different action. The other concern I have is in their current letter, the reason that they continue to take, they don't offer a reason why they continue to take this position. They don't cite anything. And just that they felt that this is a permitted, that they had the a personal exception part into it. We didn't agree with that. Lastly, I just would say that 67.8-1, titled Additional Requirements for Closed Session, deals with an instruction, very explicit instruction, for how to deal with closed sessions once they are over, once they are done with, and how they should be and when they should be disclosed. And it's all based around if there was any anticipated or actual litigation. And there's requirements for citing any identification of the court or a case number or the date that a case was filed. So I'll just stop there. I thought I might have a question to ask them at this point. The only question I would say is what are they continually, their position to continually stand on to counter our findings. But I do think that we have many avenues. We should always, when we feel that there is a violation that needs to be enforced, we should always send it out to those agencies we feel pertinent, whether or not we get any action or not. We've done our due diligence for our purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Wolf.
Let me, I'm
Member
sorry.
Schmidt, then Member Pilfeld.
Yeah, Member Schmidt. I am just reading 67.30C for the umpteenth time. The task force shall make referrals to a municipal office with enforcement power under this ordinance or under the CPRA and the Brown Act whenever it concludes any person has violated any provisions of this ordinance or the acts. I think that's essentially where we are right now in terms of what else could we do. And I don't know if there's another provision that gives any type of written authority to us to do anything further. In this provision, which is such a confusing provision, it talks about a municipal office with enforcement power under this ordinance. And I mean, I guess that in this city and county that could refer to the Ethics Commission. I don't know if I can think that it's anyone else. This sort of like puts it on the task force to figure out who has such power under this ordinance. So I mean, I guess we could send it to ethics. Maybe they'd be interested. I agree with Member Wolf that maybe, you know, for the umpteenth time we send them something and maybe they'll decide to take an interest. That seems like the only thing, and I'm not sure if I'm seeing that that's really what we should or shouldn't do. That's all.
Member Popel, go ahead.
At least two things, and largely to Member Wolf. So on the city attorney's suggestion, the city attorney does advise the fire commission, and according to the minutes on page 54 of the packet, present in the closed session was Deputy City Attorney Brad Russi, who is now the counsel to the Board of Supervisors. In any event, and I thought I saw, maybe it wasn't in this set of minutes, may have been for a different set of minutes, that there was an additional Deputy City Attorney, I believe from either the general government team or the labor team, because this involved labor issues. I'm sorry, but that was 5B. It's not clear from the minutes who was present in closed session on 5C. In any event, the point is that the city attorney already advises the fire commission, and presumably they were okay with the closed session calendaring, with the scope, with how it went down. And if not, that's up to them. And then finally, also to Member Wolf on 67.8-1, second part of sub A, recordings of closed sessions of a policy body covered by this ordinance, wherein the justification for the closed session is due to anticipated litigation, shall be released to the public in accordance with any of the following provisions, 2 years or upon expiration, But that's only related to a closed session regarding anticipated litigation. this was not. This was a closed session that was described as personnel exception, status and calendaring of pending disciplinary and separation cases. So I don't think 67.8-1 applies. Thanks.
Point.
Member Wolf and Member Schmidt.
Yeah, so, but you need to read the sentence, 2 sentences before that, where it says closed session recording shall be made available whenever all rationales for closing the session are no longer applicable. The anticipated litigation is in addition.
Okay, so on that, if I may briefly, I don't believe that that sentence has ever been tested in court. I believe that there is state law on confidentiality of closed sessions in the Brown Act. I think there could be written city attorney advice, but I certainly understand that the privilege for a closed session rests with the body, and if the body wants to release a closed session tape finding that it's in the public interest to do so, they can make that choice. And I believe that was the subject of the November 15th letter from the Fire Commission, that they considered it and chose not to. So I don't think we can compel the Fire Commission to disclose it. If Mr. St. Croix, if Mr. LaCroix wants to pursue that, he may. And finally, to support Member Schmidt's comment, I think that language about a municipal office with enforcement power is vague, may or may not be enforceable, and it's just not clear that there is a municipal office with enforcement power to which we can refer such matters. So it may just be the inoperative language, unfortunately.
Can I just finish my, hold on, can I just finish my points on this? That was a follow-up for me.
Okay, briefly, Member Wolf, and then you give over Member Schmidt. We need to wrap this up.
Yes, yes. And the point here is that we don't, with regards to this 67.8-1, they didn't mention what the rationales were. It's all in the detail of that. It's just because they said, yeah, and you want to think that they considered everything. No, that's not how we operate. That may be how they operate. We operate based upon what the details are. So I would like to know what all the rationales were if we're going to take it up on that point. As far as enforcement bodies, we know who they are. They're the Ethics Commission, the District Attorney, and the Attorney General. Those are 3 enforcement bodies that we have available to us.
Member Schmidt, go ahead.
Yeah, municipal office with enforcement power. That can mean 2 different things to me. One is an office like the Attorney General or the DA, who they can't actually enforce themselves. It's not like the DA can order anything. The Attorney General can order something. They can bring litigation to get a court to do so. So that's, if we construe enforcement power narrowly, I think the Ethics Commission can actually do certain things by itself without going to court. Whereas if we construe that broadly, then maybe it just refers to other bodies that try to enforce the law. I want to point that I'm going to just point that out because it's maybe something that I'm kind of playing with here in my mind. But more importantly to me, I think if we look at what we decided here, we decided that we saw a violation of an open meetings law. And then there was a request made by us, but that was a request. And I don't think in this situation that the Ethics Commission, this is further more than what I said 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago. I don't think the Ethics Commission would have any enforcement power based on the actual decision that we made, because I don't think they have the authority or the jurisdiction to order that either the results of that meeting were invalid, or that they have to disclose something that happens in closed session. Now that I think about it, I think a court might have that jurisdiction, but that's an unusual type of order to be able to actually take a Brown Act violation and to order that the process be reversed, the process by which a meeting occurred. And I think that's the only way you could really go forward on what we found a violation, but that's really the only further thing that could be done to sort of like to take the violation we found and to do something in Mr. LaCroix's favor. I do think that, therefore, I don't think we can take any action. I do think that we also cannot take any action with regards to finding some type of violation of 6721. However, if Mr. LaCroix were to make the same request that we made and bring it as a supplemental or a augmentation to the original request, I think this would actually be proper that we look at it. I know we're looking at the same material, but we didn't have, it just wasn't presented in that way earlier. And I think we probably should, when it's all set before us properly, we should have that hearing, and we should determine if we find a 6721 violation, because at that point, technically, we can impose our order under 6721. And then the fire department is dealing with a different type of animal than they're dealing with what they saw here, which was a request based on a Brown Act violation. Then it's a document violation. We're ordering production, and if they don't produce, we can find that they violated the order of the task force. So I think that we really actually can't take any action here today.
Sure. Mr. Chair.
Briefly, Member Wolf?
Yeah, just a quick one. I mean, there are remedies for the complainant in the Brown Act, in the government code, under 54960.2, that sometimes is called the McKee Act, that they have the ability to, through a court order that would, where a court can intervene in this.
Thank you, Member Wolf. Okay, we've discussed this for quite some time, so I'm going to call for a motion if there is any. If not, that's fine. We don't need a motion, but just the case is going to close. And if Mr. LaCroix wants to bring a separate complaint forward alleging the specific 6721 violation, then we can send that through the process. But I looked back through the records here, and that was not something that he alleged in his intake form or subsequent petition that he made to us at the time. So
I don't have strong feelings on this, but since we have the petitioner and respondent here, do you want to hear from either of them at this point, or just proceed as we're proceeding?
I mean, we heard from the, I wanted, at least the fire commission to be here.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to open up.
We heard from him in writing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We heard from them in writing. I mean, I'm going to open up this up to public comment if we don't have a motion, just because I want to have public comment before we, totally move on. And they're free to, at that point, I'll let them participate in public comment.
Okay.
So, but I just want to see if we had a motion first before we move to that stage.
I don't have a motion. I actually could have one specific, very specific yes, no question for Mr. LaCroix if he's there.
I think he's,
is he?
Mr. LaCroix is online.
Okay, if you could
Okay.
unmute him.
Mr. LaCroix, are you there? Can you hear me?
I think I just. Mr. LaCroix, you're unmuted.
Yes, how's my audio coming through good?
Sounds good.
Very good.
Okay, so, and you can answer yes, no, or decline to answer. That's up to you. On the January 12th hearing of 2022, and I'm not relitigating your complaint, I just had a specific question. Looking at 67.10B, the first sentence, particularly the end of it, that a body may, but is not required to hold closed sessions to consider the appointment, employment, evaluation, dismissal, yada, 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 or to hear charges or complaints brought against the employee by another person or employee unless the employee complained of requests a public hearing. Do you know or recall if you, prior to the fire commission meeting, if you requested a public hearing on what might be deemed charges brought against you by another person? Do people understand the question?
I do understand the question.
Okay.
It's hard to answer yes or no to that.
Okay.
There's some explanation. So the agenda just stated status and calendaring of disciplinary pending, what was it? Disciplinary and non-disciplinary separations, I believe. Something to that sort.
Right.
So the agenda was entirely deficient for what they admitted they were doing at the meeting, which was discussing individual members' separations. So I had no reason to pay attention to this meeting.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was confused. I thought that you were the case under 5D, the 2021-03 deliberation on and possible action on employee suspension appeal. If you were not the subject of 5D, then it's not a relevant question.
No, this was about 5C.
Okay, all right, so you weren't the 5D. Okay.
Yeah, and there was a public records request. I know that came up. It is in your packet, so they did refuse a public records request.
Okay, all right. Thank you for answering. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Okay. All right, last call for a motion from the members. If not, we're going to close this file. And if Mr. LaCroix wants to pursue a separate complaint based upon the public records portion, the 6721, then we could send that through start to finish the complaint process. But this was the not alleged in the initial one. So Mr. LaCroix, we did see it, but that wasn't an allegation you made at your initial intake. So. Oh, go ahead.
I mean, I'm looking at this. He did say any video and audio recordings as well as all transcripts.
Right. No, he asked for it, but his intake to us wasn't asking us to consider a violation of that. So I'm looking at, look back up here. Page 5 and his supplement on 6 and 7. So he talks about violations of 67.5, 67.10, 67.1. But there was nothing that asked us to consider. So we never had the discussion that we would have otherwise had about how 6721.
Right. I'm looking at page 3 in our packet, which does refer to that. But if it didn't end up in the
Page 9 also addresses it from the fire commission, saying this constitutes a denial of your request.
It's not unheard of that we see that it is truly, something regarding for in this case would be a public records request. So
I
I
mean-
haven't heard that we would extend that.
Yeah, I mean, let me throw this out as an idea to maybe make this more streamlined into, since we already have a good full packet here. What we could do is we could send this back to maybe the complaint committee and have you consider it now through the 6721 lens and send it to it that way. I don't know what your thoughts are, or anyone's thoughts is on that, since we already have the packet here.
Yeah, and sorry, I'm not the complaint committee, but just so on page 6, it does in the first sentence, he said, I had requested the following records. And, you know, the second sentence, any and all video, audio recordings, as well as transcripts of the closed session. But then the emphasis in the rest of the discussion ends up being on the other things, which is where I think our focus ended up being directed. But he did ask for those things.
Yeah, that's why I think there's enough here, but how it got agenda and how it got sent through the process never allowed us to have that appropriate discussion. So I don't know.
I'm with you, except that I think maybe there was enough of a request given to us, and maybe our initial response was to consider the case, specifically the way the case was presented to us as certain types of violations, which were Brown Act violations. But it does seem like in substance, maybe if other people here think that actually a request was made and denied for those documents, it seems like we could actually maybe make a 6721 order here today. And I frankly think that if we think that our order on the meeting was correct, and I think we do, then it doesn't seem like a big jump that we could order that the transcript be produced. I don't know if it's a very big jump to get there, and I'd probably vote for that. But I know that maybe we need to go back through our process to get there.
This is Clerk Peterson. I'd like to remind the community that we are not using the chats for communications. Thank you.
Member Popo?
Due respect, but I think it is quite a leap. Although I've said very clearly, I disagree with either the city attorney's analysis in advising the fire commission or the fire commission's calendaring or holding this closed session. That's, a disagreement about application or interpretation. I respect the fire commission's holding a closed session, even if I disagree with whether it was legal or appropriate. And I think the other overlays of law about confidentiality of a closed session don't just, wither away because we decided that they did it wrong. That's why I don't think we can compel them to release the tape, a transcript, or any portion of that. And that's why I was, again, encouraged by the November 15th letter from the Fire Commission, even though I disagree with its conclusion, because they did take our request to disclose, bring it to a commission meeting, and the commission apparently discussed and decided not to release it. So I don't like the outcome here, but I think we have done all that we can within our powers. And I think, as Member Schmidt related a few minutes ago, we're pretty limited in where we could send this to anybody else that can do anything about it. So that's why, unfortunately, I conclude that we're at the end of the road. And although there might be new evidence with a new complaint on the 67.21 request for the closed session audio or transcript, I suspect that we're going to end up at the same place there, that they can't disclose it because it's a closed session record, period. And that's it. We can't disclose confidential information or something in closed session any more than the fire commission can, unless they choose to do that by a public vote, which they apparently did. So I'm frustrated, but I don't know what else we could do. So I'm disinclined to support further action on this tonight.
Okay, at this point, we've been on this almost an hour, so unless we have a specific motion, I'm going to move on and just we'll have this closed. So this is the last call for an actual motion. No more discussion.
I move to refer it back to the complaint committee.
Okay, so there's a motion by Member Wolf to refer the complaint back to the complaint committee. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second. Let's see what happens.
Okay, seconded by Member LaHood. We will now open this up for public comment.
We have no one in the room. We have one hand raised. If there is anyone who'd like to speak on this matter, please use the app to raise your hand or press *3. We have two callers.
3 minutes each.
Hello, caller. You've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes. Are you ready?
I am ready. My name is Michael Crotty. I am a former fireman in San Francisco, unjustly terminated. And I've been following this task force's rulings and discussions. And so, one, the city attorney colluded and conspired with the fire commission. And two, you say you have no power, but as member Pill cited, I'm aware that Pill is friends with Maureen Conifroy, so he should have recused himself from this. Secondly, the city attorney has had their finger on this whole thing the whole way through, advising the commission. The commissioners committed a crime. It's a violation of the Brown Act. We all said we wanted our hearings in open session, open to the public, and they went in illegally, citing personnel reasons when we were the personnel that we waived our right to a closed session and made it public. They were in violation of the law by going into closed session. You requested that those transcripts be released. Now, they don't respect you. They don't respect any law. They're running rogue, roughshod. It's the Wild West over in the Fire Commission. No one is going to hold them accountable. You could at least order them to cite the code and the justification for not releasing them. This whole thing stinks.
1 minute.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Taking that.
Yep.
Hello, Jeff. You have been unmuted. Are you ready to begin?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, is this a public comment specific to the, what is it, LaCroix? What number is this, 23099 file?
Yes.
Okay, so this is not for new complaints against city agencies. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, in that case, I'll keep listening. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another caller. 1 moment. Hello, caller 415-525. Have you spoken yet?
No.
Are you ready for your 3 minutes to begin?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, your 3 minutes begins now.
Good evening, Task Force. I am an affected person to the matter at hand with Mr. LaCroix and respectfully request you all vote to make the record request public, the Fire Commission voting not to release this record is an omission by default. They were discussing subject matter that was not permitted. Good Governance Guide, Section C, clearly states this. This is a clear violation of Mr. LaCroix and fellow colleagues' due process rights. At this time, the task force decision here is the pinnacle of your reputation and integrity. The Fire Commission has been caught red-handed doing exactly what they were not supposed to be doing, and it's the job of the task force to bring light or sunshine to the matter. Your job is to the citizens of San Francisco, not to protect corrupt officials or commissioners, especially when the evidence by the Fire Commission's own admissions prove they went into closed discussion not to discuss anything more than calendaring. So ask yourselves, if it was just calendaring, then why did they vote not to release it? Otherwise, what is the point of the task force? What it sounds like some of the members are saying is that we can do nothing. We only make requests. Sorry, folks. Why are we all here? What authority does the task force hold if requests for records are basically just disregarded by other commissions? City commissioners can break rules and you can do nothing. What's the point of code, ethics, government guidance if nothing can be done? Basically telling the public, yes, we can do absolutely nothing. After listening to this whole thing tonight, I'm sitting here wondering, what is the point of the Sunshine Task Force? All we heard now is basically the San Francisco Fire Commission found that the San Francisco Fire Commission was not in violation of their own rules, and the San Francisco Fire Commission therefore decided we're not going to release records of possible violations. Wow, that's awesome. Anyways, this agenda was very concerning and revealing to listen to. I hope you all can reconsider your decisions and make some better judgment calls. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other public commenters?
There are no other callers in the queue.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment. I think we're ready for, like 5 seconds.
I just wanted to respond briefly to Mr. Crotty's allegation that I'm friends with Ms. Conifrey. I am not friends with Ms. Conifrey. I understand that she's the Fire Commission Secretary, or now retired Fire Commission Secretary. I've dealt with her on occasion over the years, and that's it.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, let's move to a roll call on that motion. And again, the motion was to refer this back to the complaint committee, I believe, correct?
Moved by Member Wolf, seconded by Member LaHood. Member Wolf, taking the vote.
Aye. Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Sugarman, absent. Member Kumar, absent. Member Anderson, absent. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Pilpel.
No?
Member Pilpel, no. Vice Chair Stein. Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 3 absent, 1 no, 6 ayes. Motion passes.
Yep.
Member Schmidt here. I just want to make a comment to Mr. LaCroix. I think that what's unclear in the record is ABC. Did you make a specific request to have the document produced? B, was that request denied? So we want to look at when the request happened, when was the denial, and C, did you then take that denial and bring it to us? That may have happened. That may all have happened, but we do need to have those fundamentals, A, B, and C, to be able to look for the violation, and then hopefully we'd be looking at whether we can order production under 67.21. Thank you.
And the administrator will follow up with all the calls for materials and all that. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to item number 12.
Item number 12, file number 24042, complaint filed by Rosa L. against the Office of the Mayor for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.25, by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner. On October 2nd, 2024, moved by Chair Yankee, seconded by Member Anderson, the task force found that Mayor London Breed violated Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.29-7 by failing to maintain and preserve in a professional and businesslike manner the requested correspondence and failing to disclose such records in accordance with this ordinance. The task force requested that Mayor Breed confirm with the task force if she intends to maintain her correspondence in compliance with Administrative Code Section 67.29-7 going forward. The task force, moved by Member Schmidt, seconded by Member Highland, further found that the mayor's non-production in this case constitutes a willful failure to comply with Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.29-7, and therefore a willful failure under Section 67.34, and referred this matter to the Ethics Commission.
Okay. So the reason I wanted to bring this up is since we took this action, an election occurred. We know that Mayor Breed will no longer be in office shortly. As we know, when we do a willful failure referral, willful failure referrals have to focus specifically on the individual, not on the office. So this isn't a mayor's office willful violation referral, it's specifically on the person. And so before Member Schmidt started writing a referral to the Ethics Commission, I wanted to make sure the Ethics Commission could or would potentially investigate someone who is no longer in office. And so I asked our DCA to look into this and to provide some feedback to us on what might happen if we do a referral to someone for a willful violation. I should back up. So if we do a willful violation referral to the Ethics Commission and that person then is no longer in office, what would the Ethics Commission do? So I'll turn this over to our DCA and perhaps she can kind of inform us what might happen.
Thank you, Chair Yankee. This is DCA Valerie Lopez. So in regards to what type of jurisdiction under the admin code section 67.34, if any, does the Ethics Commission have when the named individual is in the ethics referral is no longer an elected official with the city? The advice here is that if this task force submits a referral to the Ethics Commission regarding Mayor Breed's alleged misconduct under section 67.29-7, and Mayor Breed is no longer serving the city in her official capacity as an elected official, then the Ethics Commission will return the referral back to the task force for lack of jurisdiction. And the reasoning behind this analysis is that the charter vests in the Ethics Commission the authority and power to promulgate regulations governing the Sunshine Ordinance. The Ethics Commission has promulgated regulations, and under the regulations, it states that if a complaint filed with the Ethics Commission does not meet the criteria set forth in section 67.34, the Ethics Commission will refer it to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. So therefore, in short, if this task force again submits a referral to the Ethics Commission for someone who's no longer sitting in office, they will return the referral back to this task force for lack of jurisdiction. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you.
Question.
Member Wolf, go ahead.
But currently the mayor is still the mayor. Is that correct?
Is this question posed to me, the DCA? Yes, the
Yes,
mayor is
please.
still the mayor.
Okay, so the fact the mayor is still the mayor, and this case has already been adjudicated, I think that we should continue with our regular practice and not try to, foresee what could or should happen. We should just continue to do our business as we do. And however the other parties respond, then we'll have that communication.
I defer to the task force on their course in regards to the next steps. But I will tell you that when this question was posed to me, it was posed with the fact that, as I understand it, these referrals take a very long time to draft. And I think the task force wanted to know, by the time they get through completing this referral, what if in fact the person in question is no longer sitting in their elected position? And so that was the lens that I answered the question. But again, I defer to the task force on whether they're going to move forward with next steps and sending the referral to the Ethics Commission.
Let me follow it up by saying what would be the appropriate due process for this body?
Is that question directed to me?
Yes, please.
Again, I would defer to the task force. They have agendized this item for discussion and action, so I will leave it to them to discuss that.
I'm asking your advice.
I'm not a member of the task force, so I can't give my opinion on how they want to proceed next. But we all know that there's different, remedies available within the ordinance that's available to this task force. Thank you.
Okay, that's not necessarily acceptable to me, but or an answer. I would have liked to know from a legal standpoint what our responsibility is on due process to the public that we're serving. Okay, Mr. Chair, I'll leave it at that. I would propose that we can continue with our regular due process, considering this. It's still 2024. I appreciate that it does take time to do these things, but I think in light that the determination was made to actually do this, that it's respectful to the complainant who this is in favor of, to finish out our work and the due process that goes with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Wolf. Member LaHood.
Yes, not to put anyone on the spot, but Member Schmidt, actually, no, let me say first, I agree with Member Wolf that I don't think we should rescind our prior action or decision. I think we made the right decision. And, without putting an excessive burden on another member of the task force, I also think we should follow through with submitting this preferably before the mayor leaves office. Even if the Ethics Commission doesn't act on it, I feel that we have a duty to just have this in the record.
Member Highland. Member Highland here. I think I'm agreeing with the body of the task force. And in particular, this particular mayor was infamous for not following many of the things that fall under the Sunshine Ordinance in many different areas. So I think we owe it to the record to show that. And maybe the referral letter is very simple without too much due effort. But I think, if we rescind it, it seems like it might disappear and it doesn't record in history the track record of this particular mayor. And I think that would be a disservice to all those people that came before us over the last 4 years and longer to point out failures to follow, what's laid out in the ordinance. So I'm with everybody else. I think we get it. I'm disappointed it's not already there, but not pointing fingers, but let's get a concise letter that needs to go with this or whatever we need to get it and push it through, and we've done our job. It comes back to us or lands. If it goes no further than that, that's okay. So that's my opinion. Thank you.
Let me give Member Schmidt, since he's the one who had volunteered to author this, his take on this, since we're asking him to do the work.
Oh, my turn. Okay. First, I want to clarify that any effort I would need to make for this it's not an issue. That's not driving my concern here. And it's still my plan to write this up and present it properly to the Ethics Commission. I held it a little bit because before the election, because I knew that the election could change the status of things. And I foresaw in my mind that there may be a difference at the Ethics Commission, whether they're dealing with someone who's a current office holder versus somebody who's not in office anymore. I don't know if there's any distinction made by law or by the Ethics Commission. And I don't know if there's any reason for such a distinction. I thought we should at least sort of delve into this to figure out if maybe the Ethics Commission had a rule that says, we don't do anything if somebody's gone, kind of thing. To me, I haven't seen it yet that there's anything that would indicate that the Ethics Commission would treat it differently because Mayor Breed is no longer in office. Now, I know that our DCA has given us an opinion that it would be sent back to us, but I want to ask a couple questions of the DCA. I read what you wrote down, and I guess my question comes down to, you said that if the Ethics Commission were to get this at this time, with the idea that, let's say, they would have to go through their process, and that couldn't happen by whatever day the new mayor is inaugurated. But it seems like what you said is that the Ethics Commission would send it back because it does not meet the criteria of 6734. And that's kind of where I'm a little bit not sure if I understand. Is there some criteria that changes when the person's out of office?
So this is DCA Lopez. When I was looking into this issue, it's interesting that you mentioned that you're looking for something on point that actually says, if they're not in office, we're going to send it back. As I mentioned, the charter vests authority in the Ethics Commission to promulgate regulations. There is an old regulation that spoke to that. And so it was subsequently amended. And the regulation, I don't have the exact language in front of me, but it's regulation section 3E, filing a complaint. It doesn't say that any longer, but basically says, hold on, sorry. A quote, if a complaint filed with the commission does not meet the criteria set forth in section 67.3, which we know is correspondence and records shall be maintained, the commission will refer to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, period. And so that's how I interpret it, meaning if you're not an elected official or, what the criteria is in 67.34, yes, they're going to kick it back. And what even strengthens that is, as I mentioned to you, and I put it here, I saw a previous draft of that regulation that spoke to that, but they subsequently changed it years later. But as folks have said, this individual is still the elected person of office now. What I don't know is this task force practice before they send referrals to the Ethics Commission? Is it your practice to agendize the draft letter where you all discuss it before it gets sent up? Or is the plan just to send it directly without this task force discussing it? Because I know we're already in December and the next meeting of this task force will be in January.
Couple of things. My recollection of our past practice, to DCA Lopez's last question, is that we've done it both ways. We've reviewed draft referral letters and edited and approved those at the task force, and we have delegated that authority to others to write, finalize, review, send. So there's no clear answer on that. Let me follow up, if I might, on a couple of issues. So I was not here for the hearing on the merits in October on this issue. I'd already left. I think it was Erev Yom Kippur. But I am not interested in relitigating the underlying issue, nor am I interested in dislodging the decision of the task force. I am concerned about timing and how this plays out both here and other circumstances. Let me just ask a couple of quick questions to DCA Lopez. I don't see any deadline in 67.34 second sentence. Are you aware of any deadline in the Sunshine Ordinance, the Campaign and Governmental Conduct Code, the Charter, or elsewhere, or the Ethics Commission regs for how long for two things: for how long the task force can sit on a decision to refer and then finally send the letter, whether it's a week or 6 months later, whatever? Is there any timeline or clock on that? And on the Ethics Commission end, is there any timeline on their resolution, or are both of those simply a matter of resource availability? And if the clock runs out, the clock runs out. That's kind of my question.
Great questions. I think for completeness, I found the current exact language of the regulations. I'm going to read it so folks are just aware of it. It's, again, this is found on the enforcement regulations page of the City and County of San Francisco Ethics Commission Enforcement Regulations, Section 3, that deals with filing a complaint, subsection E as an elephant, and it says, I quote, "Complaints alleging violations of the Sunshine Ordinance pursuant to Section 67.34 of the San Francisco Administrative Code. The Commission will investigate complaints containing credible allegations against elected officials or department heads alleging willful violations of the Sunshine Ordinance. If a complaint filed with the Commission does not meet the criteria set forth in Section 67.34, the Commission will refer it to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force," end quote. So that's the exact language that I was referring to. And to answer your questions, I would say I'm not aware of any specific time clocks. As you point out, 67.34 of the admin code does not put any hard deadlines. So, and I'm not aware of any in the ethics regulations, but to be honest, I haven't looked at them in their entirety. I can, if that's something that this task force is interested in. But that's it for now, unless you have any further questions.
Okay, no, I think you answered. It's not the 40-day provision under 67.35D. It's not the 45-day rule that's in 21E or wherever that is. There's no specific thing. I think you answered me. There's not a whole lot of humor here, but the one bit of humor that I would take is I believe the deputy director at the Ethics Commission at the time who last revised those regulations was probably Jesse Minardi, who is now the director of commission appointments for Mayor London Breed. But, it's a small world after all. And Jesse's a nice guy, although we're not friends. let me be clear. Anyway, back on timing, this matter was decided by the task force in October. We had a previous decision back in, what was it, April, May, June, with regard to Police Chief Scott.
Yeah, it was sent over in June.
Okay, but we decided that.
Even before that, but it was
Right.
sent over in June.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so we're now in December, nearly 6 months later, and I don't know, have we?
We've not heard back aside from my initial, like the day later
Communication.
saying we're
Yes, we got it.
this.
Okay. So it appears to a casual observer that this is not, the referrals from this task force are not a high priority over there. And if they are, they have a funny way of showing it. So I guess my concern is that if we use our power to refer rarely and limitedly, it should be responded to in a timely way by a municipal office with enforcement power or the Ethics Commission under 67.34, et cetera. And if we sit on it, that's our fault. If they're going to sit on it, that's not our fault. But again, if we find a violation and make a referral, that should be taken seriously. And the problem with pinning these things on individuals is that they may not be in office later on. If it's against the city or against a department for whom somebody is the department head, then it sort of runs with the department. If it's just an individual and they lose office or position, then I think DCA Lopez is correct that they may, just simply lose jurisdiction and they ran out the clock. And that's a problem. And I don't know that there's a good course of action under the current law, but I think where I am subject to persuasion is that we should not withdraw or rescind the referral, but we should complete and make the referral, and we should follow up on Chief Scott, and we should have some conversation about resourcing referrals from this task force if we're going to be taken seriously. Thanks.
Do we need to make a motion to do what we already said we were going to do?
No, if we just continue along the way, we can just continue along the way.
Okay, I recommend that we continue.
We don't have to
on.
take any, we can just, it is what it is. Our motion stands as it was.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure that everyone knew
where we were
and
what might happen.
And
But if we do our job and the Ethics Commission, and actually not just, I understand that because of the calendar and because of how their meetings happen, they might not be able to take action on this, but I think we should still follow through with our intended course of action.
Member Schmidt.
And I am in agreement with Member LaHood, with Member Wolf. And it seems like just about everyone here, Member Highland also, that I don't see anything yet that would tell me, oh, well, ethics would kick it back to us, that they'd consider it if she's still an office holder, but they'd kick it back to us if she's out of office when they're doing whatever investigation they do. I'm not convinced that that would be the reason that they're going to say no to this. So I'm in agreement that we don't change anything and that I go ahead with, even though, the election didn't turn out the way the mayor wanted to, that yes, at this point, having done the inquiry, go forward with it, and I'm going to write it up.
One last thing. I think, well, it sounds like we all stand behind our decision, and I think by continuing to follow through, it also sends a message to future leaders in San Francisco that we're serious about this and they need to maintain their correspondence in appropriate fashion. And that's what we're going to expect. And if complaints are filed that show that they're not, we like to be consistent in our rulings. And so this ruling shows what we would do in the future when presented with this kind of evidence again.
Vice Chair Stein?
The L is in, or she was, or they were in the public. Can we maybe ask to hear from the petitioner just to hear their take on this since
If
they?
you want to ask them a question, sure.
Oh, I wanted to hear whether they wanted this to go forward.
Yeah, we can ask them. This,
Yeah.
just so you know, this wasn't something that came from any of them. But sure.
But they're here and I would be interested to know or if they would prefer some other recourse.
Okay. Roselle, did you, let's see, looks like you're unmuted. Did you hear Vice Chair Stein's question?
I did, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, I have waited here for 4 hours because I very much want this to proceed. And yes, can say more on that if you like, but short version is yes, please, and thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, please.
Okay, then I don't think there's anything we need to do. We'll just continue along the way. We've received feedback and we'll see where it goes. Okay. All that item concluded with no action.
Public.
Oh, but public comment, sorry. Yeah, public comment, yes.
We have one caller with their hand raised. Hello, Jeff. You have been unmuted. Do you wish to speak on this item?
Yes, this
Your
is
3 minutes
my
begins
first
now.
time. Okay, yes, this is my first time participating in this sunshine ordinance, although I do cite SOTF and IDR with hopes that you guys have some authority. I've dealt with not this problem, obviously, I'm not Rosa L, but I'm concerned that there's a lack of authority on the sunshine part, just like the other person who's commenting earlier on the fire department issue or the fire commission, the Mark LaCroix issue. And I guess I feel like maybe the people don't take it very serious. The recipients don't take it very seriously. Although I have found surprisingly San Francisco Police Department to be mostly in compliance. Might take about 3 or 4 Public Records Act requests, but I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, does Sunshine Ordinance have teeth, or do they have the ability to actually enforce Public Records Act requests? Or I hate to say the term window dressing, but is there any actual punch or any force behind it, behind the Sunshine Ordinance, the task force implying that you can force a government body to release information? It seems kind of tragic if there is a force, a governing body, Sunshine Ordinance, and if there's no actual evidence of force. I mean, it kind of leaves a member of the public to be kind of stranded and not being able to research their problem as well, or to try to release the Public Record Act. And another question I have is it entirely up to the member of the public to redact and make secret any and all personal information, or is there some sort of a format where Sunshine can guide someone on?
Let me stop the clock here. This public comment is not about redacting. So you're allowed to comment specifically on this matter, but if you have general questions regarding the Sunshine Ordinance, that's not what this public comment period is for. You can work with our administrator. I'll reset your clock. I'll restart the clock if you want to provide further public comments specifically on file 24042, but there's nothing about redacting in that file.
Oh yeah, I mean, other than the administrative code 6710 and the name, or 6725 in the name, I know nothing about this. And I tried looking at attachments, but it's hard to figure out what the complaints are about exactly. But I think I'll stop my comment session at this point.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And since we did not provide a specific period of time for Rosa L or anyone from the mayor's office, they can provide public comment too if they so choose. Just ordinarily we don't let them, but this was not, they didn't have a presentation period here. So I see Rosa's hands up. So if she wants to provide public comment, and Mr. Heckle, if he would like to as well, can do so.
Correct. Hello, Rosa. Would you like to provide public comment?
Yes, please.
Your 3 minutes begins now.
Thanks. I just wanted to flag for the SOTF to consider in its consideration of well, first of all, I strongly agree that the process of sending this to the EC is significant in and of itself, not just to send a message to future politicians, but also just like, hey, this is a process that exists that we don't abandon, like whenever we're unsure about whether it will reach like some particular goal or marker, right? Like, but with respect to the text of the Ethics Commission, sorry, from their website citing Administrative Code 6734, I just wanted the task force to consider that it seems pretty clear to me that that text is saying, hey, don't send us stuff that's not about willful failure, right? Like it's like that seems to be the intent of that section. And I found it a little odd that the DCA was like narrowly reading into the are they elected or not part, and that the EC would send it back because, you know, it may be like decided on by the EC after Breed is out of office. I mean, that may be what they do, but I hope that the task force is not persuaded by that in terms of how they approach sending it to the EC. It seems pretty clear to me that she violated section 6734. The SOTF had already found that it was a willful violation while she was in office, right? So it was a willful failure by an elected official. That's what happened. And the EC says, you know, if that's what happens, then send it to us. If it's outside the scope of 6734, then we're going to send it back to you. Whether they decide to kind of, you know, read it a particular way, I think, yeah, it should be up to them, and hopefully is fought against, because I think it's a really, really, really big deal that this is happening. And I also just want to end by saying, I know this process took about 6 months from me filing the original request to being where we are now, but actually it's been going on for a lot longer. Like that was the timing of the latest request, but I only got there by doing a lot of public records work over the months and years, honestly, like since 2019, to get to a point where I could prove that the mayor deletes her text messages. Like it took, you know, most of her term. And so I just wanted to. That
concludes your time.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thanks. Mr. Heckel, would you like to make public comment?
Good evening, members of the task force. No, I don't have any further comment. I think our position in the record is clear. That I don't think sort of nothing more to say on the substance of it, but thank you for your careful review of this matter.
Thank you.
Still according to the same deputy.
Hello, Mr. LaCroix. Would you like to make public comment on this item?
Yes, I would, please.
Your 3 minutes begins now.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm still hanging around, and I thought the willful failure is a very interesting subject, which I've been looking at too in the Sunshine Task Force. So willful failure is official misconduct, is what that 6734 says. Official misconduct, one thing that wasn't touched on here is if the Ethics Committee upholds that, it can mean 5 years with no public office or employment with the city. I do believe. I don't have the reference for that right now. I know I've read that somewhere. It's either in the Good Government Guide or the Charter, I do believe. So that's good deterrent for somebody in, maybe at the end of their term, not to just say, well, I know it's going to take 6 months for anything to happen. So kind of just proceed with reckless abandonment in the last term of their office, or an employee, in the last year or so. So I support your action here is to proceed with these charges. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Jeff. I see that your hand is raised, but you have already provided public comment on this item. Thank you.
I got a quick.
I'm sorry, Jeff, you have already provided public comment. Thank you.
Okay, is that it for public comment? I'm not seeing anyone else. I'm sorry?
Is that to raise the hand for some?
No, no.
We have no other callers in the queue.
Okay, close public comment.
I just wanted to say, I think we should, and this is, to Member Schmidt primarily, we should get it over to ethics before January 8th. And if there is a further fight to be had with the Ethics Commission, pursuant to the discourse that we had with the DCA Lopez, that would be an interesting dialogue if we say that we got it in before January 8th. She was an office holder at the time, even if it's going to take their time to process, because Mr. LaCroix's comments are well taken, that there is some tail on that. So anyway, that's just my thought. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you. I didn't know if it was the 3rd, the 8th, the 20th, but now I know the date that they switch mayors, and I'll work with that date. Yes.
January 8th, 12 noon.
Good idea.
Board of Supervisors as well.
Okay. I think
no
no action on this one, and we'll go back to
7.
Item number 7. Yep, that's where we were.
Item number 7, hearing. Orders of determination. Consider and potentially approve procedures for approving Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Orders of Determination, or ODs, including the requirement in the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Complaint Procedures, Section C5, that the SOTF will also notify the parties by email of their orders on the business day following the hearing.
Okay, so this is another one that we kind of talked about in kind of in conjunction with the meeting minute approval. I wanted to call attention also to the fact that we had months, if not years ago, talked about complaint procedure section C5 and had our administrator at the time, Ms. Leger, send a letter or an email out to the parties, typically the day after our meeting, not kind of a draft format, but informing them of our order, so that all city departments weren't waiting until we issued, approved an order of determination months later. I don't think that task transitioned very well to our new administrator, so I just wanted to, number one, give Administrator Peterson the heads up that was something that we had asked the administrator to do, and to make sure she didn't have any concerns about that. Typically, Ms. Leger would send the draft motion that we approved, and that's all it was just an email to the parties saying this is the motion that was approved by the task force on your item yesterday, because presumably or the next business day. But typically she would send the draft to me and Vice Chair Stein, and we'd take a quick look at it if we could, just to make sure it looked good to us. I don't know if the audio is available to you right away. Ms. Leger, I think, had problems accessing it, so she was trying to go by just her notes. But if you have the audio, that's probably the best thing. So that was the first part. The second part was to make sure that we don't keep continuing ODs as well. And I think that's the part that member Pilpel wanted, or someone wanted to put on here. So I'm assuming we could kind of hope for, we don't post draft ODs online, so I think we need to have a little bit of discussion about if we want to provide feedback to the ODs, when the appropriate time to do that is. If you wanted to maybe circulate them to us at a similar time that you do the meeting minutes or whatever else, but that's what I want to have the discussion about. So,
This is Clerk Peterson. To clarify, yes, audio is available the day after,
okay.
at the beginning of the day after the meeting.
Vice Chair Steinquist.
Yeah, I just have two comments. One is that if we're going to send an email out to people the day after, I think it would be good if in that email there was just a sentence at the end that said all orders were effective as soon as they were made. So they know it's not effective from when they get the email. It was effective from when the order was made, because that is what we decided, like, I don't know, a year ago or something.
Yeah.
And then I would say I'm okay personally with getting the ODs when we get them, because for me, it's just sort of a more long-term record. But because the orders are effective when we make them, I don't think anything hinges on necessarily getting it out like before the next meeting.
Any other thoughts on ODs? Margaret?
Yeah, briefly, I agree with the email the next day, and if it's necessary to review that with the chair or whoever so that the text is accurate and there's less confusion later on as to what we're saying. What I think we should be saying in that email is, last night the task force decided blah, blah, blah. Please be aware. Please comply. Have a nice day. And whatever the minutes and the order subsequently say shouldn't veer that far. If anything, it colors in the spaces, but it shouldn't be different from what we say the next morning, which shouldn't be different from what we're saying right here, right now. So that's the email the next day. The text and timing, I think we've got a workable template. I think we've really slimmed it down. Order, date, the file caption should be the same one from start to finish. The committee action should be just pulled straight out of the minutes from the committee, and the action at the task force should also just be pulled out from the minutes of the full task force. So we really shouldn't have a whole lot of editorial or putzing with. I mean, I think that the primary purpose of the order is just to memorialize in a standalone document, separate from the minutes, what we did where there was a hearing on the merits on a petition filed with the task force that we treat as a complaint. No more, no less, which is why we have an OD where there's a hearing. We don't have an OD where there isn't a hearing or where there's subsequent action. It's just the result of the hearing on the merits. I think that's it. I go back to the earlier comments about the minutes, and short minutes and getting it right in the minutes should then flow through to the ODs. So it really should be the next meeting. And when we're adopting minutes, we should be adopting ODs at that meeting for all of the cases that we heard at the previous meeting. That's kind of where I am.
Sure.
Do we need to take any action to make this email thing happen? Or
No, that or the email thing is already, we did that like a year or two ago. So that was just a discussion part of it.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't think there's any action we need to take here on anything unless someone has a problem with the way ODs are being done now. I just wanted to put it up there. I think someone had asked to have it agendized. So we can open it up for public comment if no one else has any comments here amongst the members.
We have no one in the room. We have one individual with their hand raised.
Okay, and again, a reminder, this is public comment specifically on item number 7.
Yeah, hi. I noticed that you guys went back on the agenda list. I guess item 9 is public comment, and item 7 numerically precedes item 9, but we're on that item 7. So my question is that pretty typical for the agenda to kind of go out of order, out of numerical order? And then the other question I have is related to, does the Ethics Commission only...
Okay, stop. No, we're not talking about the Ethics Commission in this file. To answer your first question about the order, we start with item number 1, we make our way through. And then when our special order comes, which is on the 3rd page of the agenda, which is as close to 5 o'clock as possible, we swap over to our special order, which is public comment, consent agenda, and complaint hearings. So that's items 9, 10, 11, and 12. And then we get back to those, we continue back to where we had left off before. So that's how the agenda works. So that's so that people can come here at 5 o'clock and know when the complaint hearing part starts.
Okay.
So
I thought I'd listened pretty carefully on it. I must have missed that. Is this meeting only take place once a month?
This is public comments, not a question and answer session. So if you have comments specifically on item number 7, you can do so now. Otherwise, this isn't the appropriate place.
Okay, item 7, consider and potentially approve procedures for approval, including the requirements. Notify. Okay, well, it doesn't sound like I'm going to get my answer about the Ethics Commission, whether or not they'll receive comment directly from a member of the public, or if that's go through a Sunshine Ordinance Task Force.
Jeff, thank you.
Yeah, if you have further questions about the task force or administrative operations, you can call the task force administrator during business hours.
I've tried that.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other public comment?
There are no other callers in the queue.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment. I think we're ready to move on to item number 8.
Item number 8, Administrator's Report. Task Force and Committee tentative hearing schedule with potential adjustments, complaints and hearing requests, Sunshine Ordinance Task Force member attendance, and communications received by the task force since the last meeting. Just a moment, please.
Okay, so upcoming tentative hearing schedule, I think you included that. I think this is inclusive of everything, except I think since you had made this, you solidified a special meeting date for compliance and amendments on the 30th of January, right?
That's correct. We have confirmed the availability of January 30th.
So that's in
Since this
addition to what's
meeting.
on here.
In addition to what is on this report, since this report, we have confirmed that January 30th is available and will be scheduled as a complaint and compliance committee special meeting.
Wait, you said complaint and compliance?
I'm sorry, compliance and amendments.
And starting at what time?
The regular time, which is
The regular time is 4:30.
4:30.
Okay.
Yes.
Does that still work for you?
Yep.
Okay.
Are there any questions on the items that have been received? Moving to item 2, one of the complaints that was received, item number 24061, Phoebe Douglas versus the SFMTA, has been closed. The party was willing to work with the department to get a response to their questions, which had started at the Ethics Commission and was then forwarded to us. The complainant has indicated in writing that they're satisfied with their response from the department.
On that,
Mhm.
I'm not, I mean, you just explained it. I'm not sure what the word mitigated means here, may be addressed or something. If there was some correspondence back and forth that discusses agenda requirements and whatever MTA is doing about that, if it's of interest to the task force, if you could maybe run that by the chair, if that's of broader interest, maybe that could be circulated or included in the administrator's report next time. If
Member Yankee, can I get guidance? You have been included in these conversations.
I mean, we don't typically include things in the third. I mean, if you want a copy of them, you can certainly ask for a copy of them. But I mean, the only thing we
I don't need a
typically
big
put-
fat file. If they said, hey, can you do something about the way you're dealing with agendas? And MTA said, sure, we can, or here's how we do it. If it illuminates some interesting issue, I might be interested in reading it. If it's just, some other thing that I'm not sure I am.
I didn't see anything particularly
Okay.
noteworthy.
Got it. Okay. That's fine. I'm good on section 2. Thanks.
Item 3, pending petitions. This chart reflects the cases that we had at the time this report was created. Going forward, you will see in the next January administrator's report the removal of the items that were discussed today regarding Ms. Schulman, and there will be cases added for Mr. Carnazes. That is an explanation of the older cases that appear. The attendance report is included. It includes 12 months. It does not reflect special meetings. It does include canceled meetings so that there's an indication that the 12-month period has been addressed. Item 5 is our communications received somewhat outside of the date period. There were older communications that have since been added to this administrator's report for completeness. Are there any questions? Yes.
Sure.
On follow-up items, I think we talked about this 2 weeks ago. So, for example, the memo that I drafted about the transition of officials, the referral to the Ethics Commission, those sorts of things where we've taken action not on the merits that gets charted in section 3, but I guess in one of these columns, the pending follow-up, they're probably pending follow-up things.
I think those would be complaints that need some type of follow-up.
That's
Right.
correct.
Yeah.
So if there's a complaint thing that's pending follow-up, like perhaps a referral,
To
if that's
ethics,
how that's being tracked, or letters or other things that are not being tracked in this thing, do we yet have a way to report publicly where we are on the sort of the tail of those things? I guess either the TAIL or the TALE.
I invited anyone who wants to work with our administrator on it to do so directly. So there were some ideas tossed around, not my ideas. So feel free to work with their administrator directly if you have thoughts on that.
Okay. I mean, we did have consensus that we wanted to see something to this end, but we weren't so specific as to what and how. So you're suggesting that we communicate separately with the administrator to figure out.
I think
now.
Vice Chair Simon's interested in some more data points. I think you may have somewhat different issues that you want to see. So feel free to work directly.
Okay.
Yeah. I will say that in the past, when I've had things that I initiated that were passed, like changes to the way we worded certain aspects of the complaint procedure document, or whether certain things that were going to be on our website, I just followed up directly with the administrator to see if that had happened. But I think that's appropriate for those kinds of things. But for following up on the complaints, I think we need something, on whatever we've issued as a kind of follow-up directive on various cases, I think something else might be needed there.
What I'm saying, if you want to see it presented in a certain way in the report, on complaints in particular, feel free to work with our administrator on how you want to see that data presented.
Yeah, I was gonna bring it up like in the next item.
So just those 2 specific examples that I gave, somewhere in the administrator's report in the future, I think it would be good on the Bill Scott matter to say the task force decided on X date, the referral letter was sent over on Y date, and it is still sitting over at the Ethics Commission. So if we put that in writing every month until they do something about it, then maybe they'll do something about it. That was example number one. And number two was we agreed to send the communication to department heads and elected officials about transition that went out on X date. Here is a copy of it, and or we posted it on the website, or it has not yet been finalized and sent. So it's those kinds of things that are just sort of status-y things about, and those are just examples of communications and transmittals. But if there's some other thing that's buried that's we're waiting for a DCA opinion, or the police department is still looking for fill in the blank, it's good to note so that either there's a change in status next month, which is great, or there isn't, which is not so great. And somehow using the administrator's report seemed to me like a good way to improve public reporting.
That amount of information seems like quite a bit, perhaps an appendix attached to the administrator's report. Is there interest in communicating the information in that way?
I'm happy to talk offline about ways to do it. I want to emphasize, I don't think everything needs to have more to the story, because not everything has more to the story, but it's those things that do, maybe we can figure out a way to report that. And I'm trying to be careful not to add a huge new burden on staff.
I am happy to communicate with you offline, outside of this meeting.
Thanks.
Okay. Is there anything else for the administrator's report? If not, we can open that up to public comment.
There's not. Okay, there's no one in the room. We have Jeff with his hand raised.
Okay, again, Jeff, this needs to be specifically on the administrator's report. When you provide public comment on each item, it needs to be related to that specific topic. So we'll give you 3 minutes, but it needs to be specifically on item number 8.
Are you ready for your 3? Would you like to speak specifically on item 8, administrator's report?
Yes.
All right, your 3 minutes begins now.
So I just realized at the top of page 3 of the agenda, it's a special order 5 p.m. public comment consent agenda. So that clarifies the public comment. And as far as the administrative report, can you guys forward it to my email? I sent an email to sodef@sfgov.org. If you guys could forward that to me, I would appreciate it. And maybe even a user tutorial would be helpful, so that I don't incur upon improper decorum of public commenting.
Actually, the administrator's report is available on our website. You don't need to reach us. And then public comment is called for each item, and that is stated in the agenda.
Okay, I mean, as far as like rules and regulations regarding good housekeeping, as far as like how do I become a better community member, better voter in San Francisco.
Okay.
Thank you.
We're not, this needs to be on topic.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's not on topic for this item, so I'm going to close the public comment here.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that was the only individual still in the audience, so. Public comment is closed. We can move on to item number 13.
Item number 13, hearing, update on Sunshine Ordinance Task Force's 2024 annual report. Members of the public and the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force can view the 2024 annual report proposal online. A link is available in the agenda. No password or identification is required. Public comments on this document can be sent directly to lstein.sotf@gmail.com or made during public comment on this agenda item.
Okay, I'll turn it over to Vice Chair Stein.
Yeah, so this is really just on the agenda so that people can make public comment and be aware of that it's happening. until such time as it's published. And I'll just give people a reminder that if you want to address policy issues or practical problems and practical and policy problems, I think is how the Sunshine Ordinance expresses it, that the deadline for doing that is January 31st. I know that Member Schmidt may be addressing retention policies and text-based records. Is there anyone else at this moment who's planning to contribute analysis of any of the problems that we face or have faced in 2024?
Not sure.
I need to ponder a little more, but I will do some write-up of what's going on with CAC.
Okay, great. Because I was going to ask about that. So I will just also add that data collection and kind of processing for 2024 is almost nearly done. I could give people highlights if they were interested, or we can wait and read the report because this is already becoming a long meeting. But in general, I'll just say that our things are improving along a number of metrics, like the number of cases that we've heard, the number of days between when a case is submitted and when it's actually heard. Even though there's not much movement in the first half of the year, by the second half of the year, the number of days that it takes to hear a case is getting shorter. I think there were only a handful of cases that we heard in about 45 days. Maybe only one or two that we heard in under, but that's a significant change from the past. So I won't go into all the details now, but I will be posting the spreadsheet online and everybody will have access to it, including the public, to see what that data is so far. And then one of the things I've been doing a little bit differently this year is I'm making a column in the spreadsheet that lists any follow-up that was asked for by the task force. And I don't have the updates on what happened with that follow-up, but I know which cases had follow-up points that we had expressed. So usually this is either, it's something that was going to go to compliance and amendments, or it was something that was supposed to go to the chair, or it was something that was supposed to be done by the administrator. And it would be great if someone wanted to take on collecting information about what happened with those kind of follow-ups. I think there were about 20 cases out of the, 73 that we heard where some kind of follow-up was asked for. So if somebody wants to take that on, I don't know if Member LaHood was thinking of something like that. Most of it was directed to compliance and amendments, but there were a few that were directed to the chair or to the administrator.
The ones that weren't yours, if you want to include me on that too, I could try to look through
Yeah.
my email and we could see.
So
So
what I can
it.
send out query.
So you're looking for numbers and then what happened?
I'm looking for, did what we asked for happen?
Yes. Yeah.
And preferably
So
a date,
some analysis.
a date
Yes.
on which it happened. So if we asked for, a response from the, respondent, or we asked for a document or something like that, what date did we get it?
Mhm.
Did we get it? Yes, no.
Yep.
That's all I'm looking for, really. But just to know whether people are complying with our sort of follow-up orders.
And how long it takes.
Yes, and how long it takes, exactly. So that we know when the case was really closed. So that's all I wanted to mention now. Are there any comments or questions?
Thank you for leading this.
Sure.
Along those lines, either in addition to or in conjunction with my request about the administrator's report, can you think of, maybe now is not the best time, if you think of a way to tie to a case that there is something further to do that would help you for data collection and analysis, that might help me for the story, that whatever, that we find some way to track it. I'm just imagining that there's some huge database in the world and we just keep adding columns, and at some point we're going to have 2,300 columns on a thing. But just that some things we make a decision and that really is the end of it, and other things, as you say, it goes to committee, it goes to the chair, we write a letter, any number of things can happen.
I do think, since I've been on this task force, that it's kind of a newish thing that we've been putting the follow-up requests into the determination that we make. So it's when I was going through the determinations that I could see that we had said, we want this thing, please do this thing. And then I just kind of pulled it out in conjunction with the case. So I think we've become better about formalizing that in our actual order. And therefore it's also in our orders of determination, and that's where I pulled it from. But in terms of organizing it beyond that, I'm not sure.
Maybe at some point we go back to Victor's template and adjust that it's not just making a decision, but are we making a decision, and is there a follow-up?
Yeah.
Is it A, B, or there's some things to think about there.
Yeah, and Victor has asked for, any suggestions we have to add to that template. So if we want to kind of memorialize this process a little bit for anybody who comes after us, as kind of a good practice, I think it would be good to add it to that. Yeah. To add it to the template. So I'll let Victor know.
Thank you again for your work on this.
Okay, we'll go ahead and open up to public comment on this.
We have Jeff with his hand raised.
Okay, Jeff, again, this is only on item number 13. If your public comment is not related to item 13, I'm going to cut you off. So our administrator will let you know when you can begin.
So Jeff, would you like to speak on item 13? Hello, Jeff. You are unmuted.
Oh, actually, I will take my hand down.
Thank you. We have no callers in the queue.
Okay, public comment is closed. We can move on to item number 14.
Item number 14, hearing on Sunshine Ordinance amendments. Discussion regarding potential amendments to the Sunshine Ordinance and the related work of the Compliance and Amendments Committee.
Okay, I'm going to turn this over to our CAC Chair LaHood.
Yeah, so similarly, we put this on the agenda because I wanted to give the whole task force a chance to see what we've done so far, members of the public some who may have seen what we were doing through CAC meetings, because we've been updating this version of our edits, and you'll see it doesn't even have the full ordinance in it, but so you can see what we've done so far. And I don't think, Ms. Peterson, did we receive any submissions either from other task force members or members of the public to add to this file or to deliver to the Compliance and Amendments Committee?
We received neither.
Okay, so I would like to invite those from you, but because you're not all members of the committee, we either need to do that work here or you need to submit it to the committee so that we can sort of handle this all publicly and not have, what's it called? When we're serial meeting. Thank you. So does anyone have any specific comments either on what we've done so far or things that you would like to make sure that we are paying attention to or addressing in our next meeting, which is coming up on January 30th?
Vice Chair Stein, go ahead.
Okay, there were just a few things I noted down as I was reading through it. You've moved to this language, I think it starts around page 9, I'll say, first of all, I thought a lot of the changes were great, just making things much more clear, elegant, concise, all of that.
And this is a first pass, so yes, but comments, please.
More elegance coming.
So page 9, you start using the term all policy bodies. And I was just I felt like that might be confusing for some people, since I've heard even this task force sort of internally argue about whether it's like makes policy or not. And so I wonder if somewhere we need to make clear, or just reiterate, maybe it's there at the beginning, who is a policy body, just to add, this may include these commissions, these task force, whatever, so that people know going forward that they are covered by this policy body term.
So higher up in the ordinance.
Yeah, higher up in the ordinance. And maybe I think it's there somewhere, but just to make sure that that's really clear. And And then I wondered on page 14, 6720.20A, whether, and these are just I'm not arguing really for them heavily. They're just my thoughts in reading through this. Whether we should suggest on 67.20A that policy bodies can also designate custodians of records for their body.
Forgive me, you said 6720A.
Yeah.
Okay, so where it says starts custodian of a public record.
Yeah, I mean, we basically talk, it is this broad language that anybody can be a custodian, but just something that lets people know that some departments do seem to designate a custodian, like someone who kind of handles all the requests, and that when someone is designated to handle all the requests, that it's, just to somehow is that okay with us? If it is okay with us to tell people that where that is designated, that's where they should submit the request. And I just thought of this in relation to the problems we've had with IDRs, right? Where certain departments, it all goes through one person. It's only that person or someone in charge of that account that's checking regularly. And otherwise you may get an IDR to somebody who doesn't check. So I just didn't know, if we were going to try to solve for that somehow in however we were to, reword the amendment. And then on page 15, I guess we get rid of under 6721A, your comments get rid of the phrase record that copies are not to exceed 10 cents per page. I think it's.
Hold on. 6721A, where.
I think that's where it was on page 15.
Last sentence.
Yeah, I'm not sure that we should get rid of the 10 cent per page maximum, just because I know this has been an issue with freedom of information laws, around the world, people charging too much to get the documentation. And so I kind of like there being a maximum set on it, that it can't go above. Okay, just to get these out, and then, and you may have your reasons for it. I thought it might be useful, again, because this is something that I've seen in other freedom of information laws that are kind of more contemporary, that are good on page 17 under 6721B3, 67.21B3. Maybe some kind of wording that encourages city departments to make.
Hang on. You said page 17? Forgive me.
Yeah,
I'm trying to document this.
Sorry. I mean, I can send this to you. I mean, but page 17, 67.21B3.
Oh, that's why I was confused. 21-1 B3.
Sorry.
Okay, got it. Yep.
Maybe something here that encourages departments to make records that are particularly of interest to the public available online. So this is something like other countries have done, where if certain kinds of records are being requested over and over again, to then, think about maybe these should be just kind of publicly posted on the internet. Page 22.
Hang on, sorry. Okay, page 22.
67.25, immediacy of response. I still feel like we probably should clarify when this applies and what it applies to, because we get an awful lot of IDRs that are asking for complicated, lengthy searches for huge amounts of records. And is that really something that we think should be covered by an IDR? And if not, maybe we should address that in under 67.25. And those are my comments.
Thank you. These are all really helpful.
Yes, again, very helpful.
Is your microphone on?
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Is Member Pilpel's microphone on?
I do not turn the microphone on, I don't believe.
You have it. Step it.
It's not on.
Maybe move over there. They're right to, oh, that one.
That one's on.
Where's this then? Is this?
Yeah,
This works?
yes,
Thank
that
you.
works.
Great, okay. So to Vice Chair Stein, again, yes, great comments. Let me address a couple of them. I've thought of a lot of this and been spending many hours trying to work on edits to inform the discussion at the CAC, et cetera. The reason that policy bodies were called out on the page that you referenced in 67.8, I believe, that originally some requirements in the ordinance only apply to the Board of Supervisors. More of them apply to charter boards and commissions, and some apply to all policy bodies. And the reason was there was a consideration of the burdens on these bodies, that if it's a charter board or commission that is employing people, entering into contracts, making substantive decisions, the Planning Commission, the MTA Board, the PUC, blah, 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 that there was a higher level of concern as to certain requirements than an ordinance body that's doing other things or is an advisory body. So it was an attempt to stratify different types of bodies and apply certain requirements to some but not all. Over time, that's become less of an issue. And so I think one of our intentions was to apply as many other requirements to everybody as possible. And so you would have more application to policy bodies and a more uniform set of expectations, burdens, requirements, et cetera, and then just a very different application to passive meeting bodies. And all of that is spelled out in definitions in 67.3, I think, and passive meeting bodies in 67.4. So there was a little bit of that background. There was a lot of concern 30 years ago that if everybody had to provide translators on demand at every meeting, on 48 hours notice, that wasn't a reasonable burden that the city wanted to take on. Well, as it turns out, there aren't that many people that are asking for translators. And frankly, if anyone wants it and provides sufficient time, we probably ought to do that. And it doesn't matter if it's a small body or a big body, whatever. Anyway, there's plenty more on that. On 67.20A, yes, I'm working to finesse some language. So just as departments under 67.22 designate someone to address requests for oral public information, that they would be required to designate a primary and a backup person to handle public records requests. And ultimately, you should be able, or you should be required to funnel an IDR or a records request to the department head, to that contact, to a centralized mailbox, et cetera. We've talked before about not being able to just hand something to a bus driver or a gardener and expect them to know what the hell you're talking about. So yes, formalizing that makes absolute sense. On 21A, yes, I'm sorry, let me look up for a second. The charges. The thought there was that section 67.28 discusses fees and charges, and rather than having it appear in multiple places, just having one section that covered all fees and charges might be a better approach. But there are different reasons to do it different ways, and we can talk about that.
Perhaps we could have a note there that says see section such and such for fees and charges.
And that gives an upper limit of 10 cents per page.
For regular copies, and if it's a blueprint or something, they can charge more. But the general idea is that a routine copy should not cost more than 10 cents, and an electronic file, if it doesn't cost them anything to provide it, shouldn't cost anything. So yes, there's more language that's in development for that. Just to conclude, the idea about having more things available online if it's a routinely requested record, that's a concept out of FOIA and some other places. Some of that you'll find in 67.29-2. about website standards, but it's not well written, and so I'm trying to add some more to that. There's some like kernels of ideas that are buried in various places, but they're not all well articulated. Some conflict, and so having a more readable whole ordinance is certainly a goal of mine. And just finally on IDRs, yes, I agree. I think we need to have a whole separate discussion about IDRs and should it be viewed as expansively as it is, in a more limited way, somewhere in between. Who should it go to? What's an appropriate time frame? You know, I mean, if you're the idea was if you're looking for something that's an agenda for tomorrow or something that's on somebody's desk because they're working on it, that should be immediately available. But other stuff maybe isn't the same. And so having some distinction there makes sense. Totally helpful comments. Thanks.
Member Schmidt?
Yeah, I just wonder if we're maybe just doing what you do in your committee on this. It seems like if you look at the size of this ordinance, we could go on for probably 50 hours if we're going line by line through this. And it seems like here today, that's kind of what's going on. Is that what you want to do today? I don't know. It sounds exhausting.
I was just kind of putting this on here. I thought to get the full task force's opinion on some of the big topics we were looking at changing, not the word by word. Because I know, for instance, looking at what you said to me, right? Like one of the big changes that was put is, what do we do with the supervisor of records, right? Not to rewrite that section today, but to just get the collective input on everyone. Like, hey, what do we think might be the direction we need to go on that?
It's okay. That seems much more specific than just having the whole thing. I mean, it's like, where do I start? So I'm just wondering if we're the process you have is the process you have. But if we open it up here, it could be endless. And so I just want to maybe get it managed.
You're both right. And in fact, Chair Yankee, the items you enumerated, perhaps asking for feedback on those specific things. But I did want people to see what we're doing in case you do have, and Vice Chair Stein, this is helpful. And if anybody has other specific things that they want us to consider, if you send them to Administrator Peterson, we can incorporate that in our next meeting. But let's talk about some of the high level stuff.
But I wanted to make sure basically you guys didn't do a lot of work only to come here and find that half the people are like, that's not at all what I wanted to do.
Right.
Go back,
Exactly.
Right. Just work on. So some of the stuff I think we want to, maybe just get a general thought on was custodian or the custodian of records input. And that was something I think Member Anderson had flagged, someone's flagged as a big change, right? It was on, and what we think about that. I mean, not that we have to decide tonight, but just, and we may not all agree tonight, and that's okay, I think, but just to kind of maybe put our thoughts out there. I mean, I personally, I'll start, I thought this was an excellent idea. Just try to shift it. I think that, not that every single person in the city shouldn't, have to keep their own records, right? I think that needs to obviously happen, right? You're responsible for not deleting all your emails and all that. And I think that the people, in the city also should be trained on where to escalate requests for public records. But I also think it's not necessarily appropriate or the best use of city resource or even going to get the best results for a person in the public to think that you can go find someone who's mowing the park and is a Rec and Park employee and then suddenly ask for a copy of the Rec and Park budget, right? That's not really what that person was trained to do. Not that they shouldn't be able to say, okay, this is where you need to send it, but that should be, I think, the extent of it. Not that suddenly, that the lawnmower or the bus driver, as Member Pilpel said, is suddenly now in charge of providing every SFMTA record that exists. I think by holding a smaller group of people more accountable might help not only in training those people, but in connecting the public to the people who can truly help them find those records more quickly. So it's not trying to let people off the hook, but to really hold a select few more accountable, I think.
Agreed.
But that's my thought on that one. I think we need to take a look at IDRs. I think, we kind of talked about that. I think it doesn't look like you guys quite got there yet, but Again, I think we need to consider what do we do when people, and this kind of almost might be solved by that, having a central custodian of records person and or backups to that person, because it's not feasible to send an IDR to what are a lot of volunteer part-time employees, even full-time employees who are on vacation and somehow expect a response within 24 hours. That just isn't workable. So I think sending an IDR to a central, designated email address, phone number, or mailing address for each department makes sense, and expect a quick and fast response from that thing. But I think to expect that 30-some thousand city employee, volunteers, whatever, commissioners are all going to be able to respond within 24 hours is not helpful.
So a specific place where it's always, where there's going to be someone monitoring
Yes.
that email or that phone number.
Right.
Yeah.
So if I'm SFMTA, right, if you want to submit an IDR, it needs to go to either this phone number, this email address, this mailing address, and walk in and do it, whatever it is. And that SFMTA is then responsible for always making sure that there's someone at that job duty to respond to an IDR, right? Yeah. Checking it, right. So if the first person's on vacation, make sure you have a backup. The backup calls in sick, make sure there's a third person, right? So that makes sure there's always someone there and it doesn't get lost in this, so-and-so was on vacation, we were understaffed, so-and-so got laid off or whatever, retired. And we've heard a lot of those stories about IDRs. And I think having placing that responsibility in a central location, I think would help. Supervisor of records. I think we need to I don't know if we need to have a discussion when we get to that point with the city attorney or see what they're really willing to do. But I mean, I think as we saw at the report today and we've seen with past reports, they're not particularly fast. I'm not sure they're any faster, probably even slower than we are now. There's a limit on what they'll actually rule on, because they said they're not going to do things like timeliness and all that. They're not going to issue orders. So I'm not sure what role the supervisor is really playing, except to serve as almost a distraction to someone who's trying to get a record, thinking that this is a place they can go only to find out, oops, this really didn't solve anything. Now they have to try with the task force. Maybe it's, a different role they could play. Maybe it's more of they start there and then the supervisor of records, instead of issuing an order, issues an advisory opinion to us, and then we just pick it up from there. I don't know how it would look, what they feel comfortable with, what they don't, but I don't think that as written, it's serving much of a purpose. And then I think the thing we keep hearing, and we've heard, I think, for the first 2.5, 3 hours of this meeting, and I think we hear in most meetings now, particularly as we drill down into some of the really, important cases here, is that people come to us expecting some type of resolution. And so I think there's a couple problems. Number one, I don't think that the Sunshine Ordinance talks about what to do if we issue an order and the department doesn't comply with the order, not because of what I'm going to consider my own definition of a willful, like they're being negligent or that they are intentionally trying to obstruct, but just that they have a different legal opinion. Good lawyers can come to different reasonable legal opinions. And there's nothing that in the ordinance that gives our orders necessarily supremacy over someone else's. So I think that, and we had this come up with the police department, where we say, no, we're ordering you to do this. And they say, we have good reason. We talked to the city attorney, we have good reason not to do it, right? What happens then? There doesn't seem to be where does it go from there? We could send it to ethics, but ethics says they're going to defer to us. And even then, when ethics gets it, ethics has basically said, for the most part, they're not going to do much more than, actually, I have it here saved, because I knew this was coming up. Ethics, according to their memo, says that they can send a cease and desist letter to the respondent or tell them to produce the record. Well, we do that. They can post on the Ethics Commission website the finding that the respondent violated the Sunshine Ordinance, but we do that with our ODs. And they can issue a warning letter to the respondent and inform the respondent's appointing authority. We could also do that. You can send letters to the mayor or the board of supervisors. So really, even when we send stuff over to the Ethics Commission, it says notably, the Ethics Commission has no apparent authority to enforce any order it issues by imposing a fine or seeking injunctive relief. So they can't, injunctive relief being, an actual order that's somehow, criminally, enforceable like a court would do, and they're not going to issue a fine. I'm not saying that they should or shouldn't, but what I do think needs to happen is we have to have a better discussion about how to resolve those issues, not only where there's a true difference of opinion, but where there just isn't a good way to enforce something. And someone will go through this entire process. And at the end of it, we basically tell them, we did our best, but now you have to go to court. I'm not sure that we've necessarily in those instances helped. And in fact, we may have actually made the problem worse. Whereas in other jurisdictions that don't have a sunshine ordinance, they would just go to court first, right? And therefore, have we really made it worse by now extending it 6 months before they even go to the same starting point that they otherwise would have elsewhere? So I think we need to somehow play a bigger role in the resolution of these cases. And I don't know if that means how that would look. If we can somehow have the authority to go to court for them or whatever it would look like, right? But I think there has to be something more than just sending the stuff around in circles and making it a delay for people. Because I hear a lot of the members of the public come here and they feel, and even the public commenters tonight, and they feel that, we haven't done enough for them, or why can't you do this? And our hands are tied. And so I think we need to work in conjunction with some of these other departments. I think we need to have a stronger role in certain things and perhaps more clearly describe what other enforcement agencies can and cannot do. I'll stop there.
That was great.
Yeah.
So a couple of things. One is your suggestion about smaller groups of people being responsible for the collection of data on a request. The thing about that, and we've experienced this before, especially when a representative shows up before us, is that they really have to be exquisitely informed as to the details of the matter. And it can't just be, just the superficial thing, and not asking the actual custodian, the person who has the document, what the details are behind what the requester might be asking for. I get a little nervous when there are proxies doing work for the people who are actually responsible. The other thing is with regards to enforcement and penalties, and frankly, all of this is dependent on the next item on the agenda. So I'll stop there.
That's a good point.
Yeah, touching on some of these points, I think the overall goal should be compliance, that we want city agencies to comply with the ordinance. We want to educate them about it as new people wander through. We want them to learn what they need to do, et cetera. I understand that there needs to be enforcement and consequences, possibly penalties, et cetera. But rather than finding them or throwing them in jail or having to sit through ethics commission meetings, it would be better if they just got the person the records or, did the right thing in the meeting in the first place. So how to sort of promote compliance as a major tenet, I don't know how you write that in, but that I would like to do more of that. And I think education and training is part of that. And sort of the city attorney once a year video does some stuff, the Good Government Guide does other stuff, but it doesn't seem like there's a coherent and targeted, tailored education and training piece. And even under the current scheme, we could be helping with more of that. But I think that's definitely a thing. And again, more tailored to specific audiences. So commission secretaries have different needs than department records contacts and people in town versus people out of town, people who handle different types of records, people who have more HIPAA concerns than other types of concerns, et cetera. Having good and more consistent policies and procedures in departments, which we can advise on even now. And that's a thing. Enforcement, we continue to talk about this. I don't think we're ever going to be in a position to fire a city employee, and I don't think we should be in that business. That's what department heads do, or their people. I do think that we should be able to refer egregious things over to ethics, and they should be able to do something to department heads, whether that's firing, strong warning letters, something in their personnel file, fines, whatever. We can talk about various ways to do that are meaningful. You know, if a department head is going to get hung for something that one of their subordinates did that they had no idea about, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So the more we can, I think, put these requirements on departments generally, whoever's running them this week, and department heads who may be running them this week, rather than low or mid-level people that may or may not have actually caused the problem, I think the better. And finally, and we touched on this both with ethics, district attorney, others, and departments generally, we should be trying to improve relationships. I think if we're going to get anywhere with this broadly, we've got to find allies and work on those relationships. If someone's really good at something, they should get, props for that, and they should be able to share with the rest of the group. And if somebody else isn't so good and needs help, we should be able to connect those dots. When we talked earlier about having somebody at MTA, for example, that checks email once a day and checks the phone and all of that, we should probably have a list of those contacts on our website, and departments should notify us when they designate someone, or there's a change, or they add a new whatever futz with their website, so that we can tell people, hey, you're looking for information from XYZ department. Here's our list. You can, sfgov.org/sunshine/contact list, right? We should be making it easier for people broadly. Anyway, those are just some ideas, some of which can be in the law. And just finally, having it read easier and having less spaghetti and cross-references and things that don't make sense. And, at the end of the day, we're still governed by the Brown Act on meetings and the PRA on records. There really are a few things that we do better and differently here, but really there's not that much. So when people say, well, isn't Sunshine so cumbersome? It's cumbersome because of how it's written. It's not cumbersome that, it's that much different to get a record here than it is in Oakland or elsewhere. It's not that much different. Public record's a public record.
What's your
thanks?
Okay. So just 2 points for considering. One is we already have this, there's a requirement that we have an index for public records, and then the index for public records, they're supposed to put who a contact person is. Mm-hmm. The first year that we did this annual report, we went and looked closely at the index to records. It hadn't been updated in over 5 years, and many of those contacts were no longer relevant. So maybe, beefing that up somehow, making sure that the index to records is current. And we haven't looked at it again since, only because I only have so much time. If somebody wants to volunteer to do that for this annual report, that might be good to know, have they updated it since, 7, 8 years? And are these contacts actually still relevant? And then I just wanted to mention, following up on Member Wolf's point about a knowledgeable representative. We talk all the time about having a knowledgeable representative come before us, but what the ordinance actually says is an authorized representative. And we've definitely had respondents say, well, we don't have to send somebody knowledgeable. We just have to send somebody. So maybe change the wording from authorized representative in 6721E to knowledgeable representative would be a good change.
Thanks. I have 2 other things on my list here I forgot to mention. Right now, 6721 talks about order that we can obviously issue orders. The whole part about the public meeting side was kind of silent about orders that we issue. Mm-hmm. We've found violations and then made, I don't know, we did today requests, but maybe some type of orders that goes along with that side as well. And then the other thing that's come up a lot is the interplay between records retention and our role, right? I don't think it's clear. We, some of the provisions of the Sunshine Ordinance seemingly gives us jurisdiction over records retention to a certain extent, but not possibly the full extent of records retention.
Only kind of, sort of.
Only kind of, sort of, right? And it's unclear. And I think we've struggled with that on a lot of these. Where is it, whether it's you deleted text or you threw out, emails, or you threw a bunch of boxes in the warehouse, and who knows if you ever catalog. I mean, there's a whole bunch of times we've come up with, struggling with the records retention issue. And so I don't know if we want to extend our jurisdiction to records retention, if we want to have it be totally separate, if we want to have it only in certain instances, but I think it needs to be more clearly, whichever direction we choose to go, needs to be more clearly defined in the Sunshine Ordinance, where our jurisdiction starts and where it ends is in regards to records retention.
On some of those, I agree. Authorized is not as good. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Authorized is good, knowledgeable is better. On the index of records, that was another thing that was a concept, a good idea long ago, far away, but it didn't really develop the way we had hoped. It ended up being the departments took their record retention policy and schedule and just sort of translated it into a spreadsheet and dumped it into a thing, and then didn't update it when there was a change in their organization structure, change in their retention periods, or change in their contact. So it's not so usable. The kernel of the idea there was that you would list typical types of documents, operational reports, finance reports, whatever people are looking for from that department, and say, over the last year, most of the requests that we got were for these things. Here's how to get it. Here's how we organize it, period. Or maybe here's a link to it, actually, right? That it was to make that usable. That hasn't really happened. And instead, there's like gobbledygook language in there. So I'm trying to futz with that. Yes, we should have some authority, I think, with regard to meetings. I mean, it's not like, arguably, we decide now if a record is public. Do we decide in a similar way whether a meeting is public?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a public meeting, so what, right? I mean, it's not clear that we can certainly request, but it's not clear that we can order the Planning Commission to put a different notice on their agenda that's more descriptive and more helpful, right? Maybe we should be able to do that. Maybe not. I don't know. And finally, on records retention, Chapter 67 intentionally danced around records retention. That's covered in Chapter 8, in 8.1, 8.7, 8.17, whatever the heck. And there are these sort of big concepts about ethics does whatever they do. We do sort of review of records disclosure and some involvement with meetings. Records retention is Chapter 8. Privacy is elsewhere. Information technology is in another place. There's some overlap, but it's not well explained how that overlap works and where we fit into that picture. Should we be the center of the universe? Maybe, maybe not. But how do those concepts and players relate? Not at all clear. It's an interesting question. Thanks.
Okay, anything else before we move on? I know call for public comment too here.
And by the way, you heard me typing furiously, and even though I'm a journalist, I don't type properly. So that was quite a feat. Oh, it's a long story. It's kind of like, yeah.
Like the only useful thing I learned in 8th grade.
Okay, let's see if there's any public comment on this one.
Typewriters are coming back. A lot of articles.
Hello, Jeff. Do you wish to make public comment on item 14 regarding amendments to the Sunshine Ordinance?
Let me see. Hearing on sunshine ordinance.
This is item 14.
Item 14. Oh, I was, yeah, I think I better, I was stuck back on some other,
Okay, thank you so much.
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. I think we're ready to move on to our last major item here then. And I don't know if I had noted for the record, but Member Highland was absent as of 8:30 p.m.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's move on to item number 15.
Item 15, hearing on Proposition E. Discussion regarding the implications of Proposition E as approved by San Francisco's voters at the November 5, 2024 election.
Okay, so as we know by now, Proposition D failed, the Proposition E passed. Both of them dealt with examining the role of boards, commissions, and certain changes that may be made in the structure and which ones stay, which ones go, and how that works. It sounds like Proposition E kind of has a multi-month, if not year, rollout process. And so I asked our DCA I know it's only been not even a month since it looks like it, that we knew that it passed, but just to give us kind of the rundown of where they see it now and what we might look forward to and what our role as a task force might have to be over the next couple months, years, or whatever it is. I'll turn it over to DCA Lopez.
Thank you, Chair Yankee. This is DCA Lopez. How would the commission like me to proceed? Should I give like an overview summary, run through some bullets, ask specific questions? I know you included information in the agenda, so I don't want to repeat it.
Yeah, so I included, everything that I asked our administrator to include everything that was on the elections website. So it includes, I believe, the ballot simplification committee's digest of it, the controller's assessment of it, the actual full legal text of it. So I don't know if anyone had any chance to do that. I guess I'll start off, with a few questions I had. The first one would be, what role would we as a task, obviously Proposition E, it sounds like, creates a new task force to examine the functionality, what every other board and commission in the city, what their role should potentially be going forward, right? So I guess the question I would have is, once this task force is up and running, it sounds like the first step is that there's going to be some type of financial analysis, basically how much do we and every other board and commission cost the city, right? And then is there a time and process, and maybe it's not even in Prop E, where we would somehow present to this new task force or submit a written report to, or somehow make the case for, I'm assuming most of us here on this task force think that we should continue to be here, right? That's probably why we show up every month, and to basically make our case to this new master task force that exists and how that might look and play out.
Okay, so I'm going to kind of run through a few bullets that I think are helpful and that will lead me to ultimately the analysis in regards to this task force. So as you mentioned, this Proposition E created the Commission Streamlining Task Force. And I'm going to say a few kind of noteworthy dates. So they shall meet no later than February 1st, 2025. They must convene for the first time. The task force will expire after 24 months after its first meeting, and it'll include 5 members. The administrator, controller, city attorney will be members or their designees. It would include a representative from organized labor and an individual with expertise in open and accountability government appointed by the mayor. So those are the 5 members. By no later than February 1st, 2026, the task force shall prepare and submit to the mayor and the clerk of the Board of Supervisors a report containing the recommendations. And as you mentioned, the task force is required to undertake a comprehensive review of the city's boards and commissions. And in this review process, the Board of Supervisors Budget and Legislative Analysis Unit, also known as BLA, is required to prepare and submit this report to the task force mayor and the board that basically does this financial analysis of, the annual financial cost to the city to operate every board. What's the projected financial impact of eliminating that board? and the average annual financial cost to the city to operate the board, if it's, condensed, eliminated, et cetera. So this is kind of this financial report that's supposed to help this task force at large make the recommendations. Now, as you know, this task force also has some teeth to it. It is tasked with having the authority to enact, propose ordinances that will help streamline the recommendations. However, there's limitations to this because, as you know, some boards and commissions, task force, advisory bodies are committed by ordinance that was introduced by either the board or department head, and others were introduced or created by the voters that put an ordinance to the ballot, et cetera. So in regards to your question about this task force, let's see here. In August of 1993, this task force was created by ordinance and is codified at Admin Code Section 67.30, known as the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. This section was later amended by the voters when Proposition G was passed on November 2nd, 1999. So as I mentioned, under Proposition E, this streamlined task force has the ability to propose ordinances that will make changes to bodies that were created by ordinance. However, when it comes to bodies that were created or amended by the voters, those must go through a proposed charter amendment, which must be drafted and recommended by my office. So although this task force was created by ordinance, it was later amended by the voters. Therefore, under Proposition E, this Sunshine Ordinance Task Force cannot be amended or rescinded without voter approval. To answer your question, what role does this task force have in providing opinions or guidance or advice to the streamlined task force at large? There hasn't been any guidance provided. All we have is what was put to the voters and passed by the voters. So I anticipate that maybe more information is to come, given that they're required to meet for the first time on February 1st, 2025.
That is very helpful. So I think the big takeaway, at least for me, then would be that the only way that we would potentially go away is if it went to the voters again to take us away. It doesn't sound like this task force, they could make the recommendation to the voters, but ultimately would go to the voters before they could dissolve this particular board.
I have a question about that. Because of the way propositions are sometimes written, would there have to be a specific ordinance about this task force, or could it be lumped in with a bunch of others, which I think makes the proposition riskier?
So Proposition E does say, by no later than March 1st, 2026, the city attorney shall prepare a draft charter amendment to implement the task force recommendations relating to the commissions established in the charter and submit it to the clerk of the board. By no later than April 1st, 2026, the task force report and recommendations and draft charter amendment shall be subject to a hearing before the Board of Supervisors.
But that still doesn't tell us about presenting it to voters. So at some point then, so it's likely then that any changes that they propose having to do with this task force will be lumped in with a, I don't know, do we call it an omnibus?
Like a master, yeah, omnibus or master one would
Yeah.
be like eliminate the commissions A through L or whatever else, right?
Correct, yes. And you're right. I didn't fully answer your question. So basically, let's see.
So people wouldn't be able to say, oh, I think the Commission on the Status of Women is great, but I don't like the one on the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, but I do think you should keep Board of Appeals, right? It would be all or nothing.
It would have to go back to the voters, but again, it's silent on whether or not it needs to be specific, but I would assume so. Like whatever would go to the borders, they would need to know what they're voting on, and I would assume it would enumerate.
Right, but meaning we wouldn't necessarily have our own proposition.
Separate and apart. I mean, it doesn't say that.
Okay.
Yeah, it just says go back to the voters. So I think your question is, does, if they're going to propose eliminating, let's say, Commission 1 through 10, does that need to go to the voters in 10 separate distinct ballots, or it's going to be lumped into one? That I don't know. and it doesn't speak to it either.
Member Popo?
This gets into very interesting and mucky territory. I think the March and April 26 deadlines contemplate either one or more charter amendments for either the primary or general election in 2026, depending on how soon it happens, because there's still time in March or April to get it to November, but that's not time to get it to a June of 26 ballot. If there were interest in doing that, that would have to be happening like in December of 2025. So a lot of this depends on how quickly the body moves, and if there's, some coalescing around, these structural changes or clustering makes sense, and this other stuff we're not sure about yet. So a lot of this will play out. New members of the Board of Soups, new mayor, whoever the mayor appoints to this thing is going to be important, et cetera. DCA Lopez, can you pull up, or can somebody pull up Charter Section 16.130I? And I hesitate to bring this up, but I probably should, although we're an ordinance body, and it would not, in my view, take a charter amendment, nor would a charter amendment necessarily make us go away unless the charter amendment specifically called us out. It would just be an ordinance that could amend the ordinance so long as that were voted on. But 16.130I was a Peskin measure from a few years ago with the Privacy First policy that has a curious line in there that allows the Board of Supervisors under that charter amendment to amend the Sunshine Ordinance. And that suggests, although it's not entirely clear, that that giving them the power to do that would mean that they could do that in the absence of the voters. And I don't believe the city attorney's office has formally opined on that over time because it's complicated.
Can you please repeat the code section,
Sure.
the charter section?
16.130 sub I.
I have a comment on that.
Yeah.
While she's looking that up. I, among other community members, had met with, I think he was president. I'm not sure if he was president at that time, but with Supervisor Peskin on that.
Mm-hmm.
And the intention of that was specifically for this section with regarding privacy and not to extend beyond it, despite the way it was written.
Oh, okay.
So I would think about it from like constitutional or legislative construction, that it's inclusive and even bordered, within this particular section. And it doesn't necessarily, extend onto the next section, like Student Success Fund, that kind of thing.
Okay. No, that's really helpful.
I think they did rely on that section, though, to amend the ordinance for seat 4 when they changed
That's correct.
the appointing authority to the Society of Professional Journalism, and they kind of said they would do it as kind of a one-off thing, but they have obviously gone beyond Privacy First before. But to that point, we did have I think our DCA talked to us about that when we looked at the disability/handicap language. And we were told that even changing it from handicapped to physically handicapped to disability would be too much of a change,
right?
Under this section, that it was only for
Because it had to be consistent,
extremely narrow purposes. And so I don't think that getting rid of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force would at all survive the muster under that subsection of.
Yeah, I mean, there've been like 3 major changes, if you will, and they're not that major since Prop G in 1999. One was to require taping of meetings in City Hall. One was expanding the calendar requirement to members of the Board of Supervisors, and the third was changing the seat designation from New California Media to SPJ for the ethnic media seat. But that's it. So I appreciate that the city attorney has been cautious about amendments, and I think we're all sort of back to we should work on a package of amendments to the ordinance that people either like or can live with, as opposed to oppose, and get that moving towards the ballot.
We're on Prop E, though.
What?
We're now on Prop E.
No, I understand, but I'm saying having a rewrite to our ordinance that clarifies our powers and duties continues to make us relevant and useful, while the ordinance continues to be relevant and useful, I think is all to the good, rather than you're annoying and you've outlived your usefulness, which is probably what people think about me, but never mind. I'm sorry, what was the question? I'll shut up.
Vice Chair Stein?
I don't want to continue having like a super free range discussion on this. I think it's a good informational point for us to know about, but I wouldn't want to belabor it too much longer. But I do think it's interesting that there's going to be some kind of analysis of the cost of commissions, with the notion that staff time is part of that, health insurance is part of that, any stipends are part of that. And then I also wonder about, in our case, the cost of overtime for city employees who have to attend, meetings that go late into the night. I do also just want to throw out, I went to an event that was featured several reporters from the Chronicle, where Prop D and E came up. And it was interesting to hear some of the misinformation that was kind of flying around just with the audience in that presentation about what the cost of these commissions might be. So I just want to kind of throw that out. But
yeah, I'm curious, and I believe Member Wolf has brought this up before, but we're hearing about the costs of the commissions, but what is the cost savings generated by the commissions, by especially, we are most informed about what we do here, but are we preventing the city from having to participate in lawsuits by the work that we do? Or maybe, Vice Chair Stein, maybe you brought this up.
no, I didn't bring it up, but
Chair Yankee, sorry, credit where it's due.
I didn't say when it was brought up that just as a former academic, occurs to me, it's like a lot of what you might put out as the costs deferred is very highly speculative. And so I don't know that makes the strongest argument about how we're saving people money. But I do think, just when I think about the value of this task force, this is referencing something you said earlier, Chair Yankee, I don't think we make things worse. I do think we make things better, because we are able to help people get information that they want without having to go to the courts. That's the whole reason that independent commissions like this have been set up around the world, is that it's a prohibitive cost for the average person to go to court to get documents from a city. So anytime that we are successful, which I think is a lot of the time, we are saving the petitioners money for sure. And I think that that's one of our, or not saving them money, we're actually getting them their records that they wouldn't otherwise get, because for the average person, a court of law is not a reasonable recourse.
I've got some items.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, so I apologize in advance to Vice Chair Stein, but I do have to dive into some details. One is just the way the charter is written. There are three branches of government. The charter delineates between those three branches of government. Section 4 is specifically titled the executive branch. And it has, and with regards to boards, commissions, and departments. And we've had these issues come up before for many, many years. I'm sure Member Pilpel also remembers some of the concerns that have come up over the years as to how it applies to us or not. Okay, but reading through this proposition, it gets fairly specific with regards to adding section 4:100 now .1. And it describes what a appointed board or commission includes under the government code 54.952. And if you go to that, it specifically, it doesn't describe us necessarily. Okay, it talks about it being created by either being created by state or federal statute, but then it goes on to talk about a very description, a commission, committee, or board or other body of a local agency, whether permanent or temporary, decision-making or advisory, created by charter, ordinance, resolution, or formal action of a legislative body. We were not created by a legislative body, as DCA Lopez had described, because of the amendment in Prop G. It would have to, quote unquote, go back to the voters. But that also then should exempt us. And I think that should be analyzed. I can go on, but for the sake of time, I'm just going to leave it there.
Thank you, Member Wolf. Member Popel.
I'm not going to take that bait and get into a dispute about that right this moment. We can do that another time. But I do want to say on the general concept of boards and commissions, there is a history in this city and other places as well of having power diffused in various places. So no one person or branch has all of it, that you've got a legislative branch and an executive branch. I'm not sure what the third is here. I'm not sure that we have a third, really. But in any event,
judicial.
Yeah, that's kind of a state function. Again, I don't want to get into that debate right now. In our local government, the four major things that boards and commissions do under the charter are recommend a budget, approve contracts over a certain threshold, provide oversight, generally, whatever that means, as a sounding board for the public and whatnot, and decide questions of policy, whatever that means, that a department head can either implement if they agree with or not implement and risk getting fired. That's it. And it's a lot, and it's not a lot, but unless you're going to change those contracting thresholds, a lot of it really is this, not having unelected bureaucrats approve contracts, whether it's with a for-profit entity, a nonprofit entity, or another government agency, that contracting power, whether if you just had a head of MTA or Rec Park that was appointed by the mayor and didn't have a commission, presumably that person would have sign-off authority on all contracts. Right now they have authority over small contracts. If they had authority over million and billion dollar contracts, people might be concerned about that. And so having
DPW.
Sorry?
DPW.
Right, which is why a commission was created to oversee DPW, because there wasn't one. And some people thought that wasn't a great idea. In any event, I'll come back to DPW under item 16. All of these arguments, I think, are going to be had at this streamlining task force. I think we will still end up with most of the boards and commissions that now exist. Some may be clustered and consolidated, which frankly I think makes sense. But these larger questions about government structure and, how much is appropriate for an elected body like the Board of Soups or an elected citywide mayor or district attorney or things like that, and how much should be left in the hands of citizen appointed bodies is a question for broader debate. If you got rid of all of the boards and commissions and said, you know what, every single contract over a certain amount is going to go to the Board of Supervisors for their approval, that probably wouldn't be very workable. And they would say, we can't do all of that. We can barely do what we're doing now in terms of contract oversight. So this is not a simple area, and we should continue to monitor it, and at some point send them a letter and say we're happy to make our case or provide whatever they want from us. But who gets on here and how this flows out in the next couple of years is going to be interesting.
Member Schmidt, and then let's kind of wrap it up here.
I'm not worried. I think Musk and Ramaswamy are going to take care of it all real fast.
Okay, I think we're good on that. Let's see, is there any public comment on this item?
There is one hand raised.
Oh, that's mine. I'm sorry.
No.
Hello, Jeff. Would you like to make a public comment on item 15? The discussion regarding the implications of Proposition E.
Ready.
Let's see here, item 15.
15, yes.
Right, item 15, the thing about Proposition E, whether or not, what does this give you? It was a difference between an ordinance and a, I forgot, I just Google searched this.
Did you want to make a comment on this item?
I'm sorry?
Did you want to make public comment on this item?
No, you know what, I think I'll let
Thank
you
you.
professionals wrap
Thank
it up.
you.
Okay, thank you, Jeff.
Callers in the queue.
Don't believe there's anyone else, so we'll go ahead and close public comment and move on to item number 16.
Item 16, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items by members of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force.
Me?
Is that you, Member Wolf?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to note that I did a little test of the PDFs in various browsers, and there is a second icon that will reveal the bookmarks. So it works whether you use a browser or whether you download it and use it in a PDF reader.
Could you explain that, what you mean by a second icon?
So if you, which browser are you using?
I'm in Chrome.
Chrome. Okay. So if you open it up and then you see the hamburger icon to the left.
Yes, I do.
Click on it so that it opens up. And you'll see two icons, one on top of the other.
No, I see the pages.
So you see the pages, right?
Yeah.
Isn't there an icon just to the left of the pages, like another column?
No.
Oh, you don't see that?
No.
That's interesting.
Huh.
I see it. Yeah, there are two icons. One looks like an image icon, and the other looks like a square with lines in it.
No,
Like an
maybe
outline.
maybe I need to update my browser.
Maybe.
Wait, you mean this? Oh. Hang on, I'm being advised to do something else.
Yeah, it's right under the hamburger icon on the left side. Not the right side, the left side.
No, I'm not seeing this.
Yeah, maybe you need to update it.
Okay.
Try
Sorry.
opening
Now I'm
it in
telling
different-
everyone out there and all the possible hackers that, okay.
But you can try it in Firefox or Edge or, something like that too. Those might show differently for you. But anyway, just wanted everybody to know that it's working. And I totally appreciate that you're starting to do this because it makes everybody's life a lot easier. And we've been kind of asking for it for a dozen years.
No,
So
thank you.
That's it.
Did you have something for this item?
Yep.
Go ahead, Member.
Member Pilpel, I had two items here. Speaking of DPW and their commission, I was in communication with David Steinberg from Public Works, and they're apparently having an item next Monday about the Sunshine Ordinance and its impact on public works. I have not seen the staff report, and I was asked to provide my thoughts, having followed them for a couple of years after they started operations. So I was intending to submit a letter or a memo on my views of the Sunshine Ordinance as relates to public works, and I will be very clear that those are my views only and don't reflect the views of the task force. I believe that meeting is in this room next Monday morning, December 9th at 9 a.m. So that was item 1, was the DPW Commission. And then item 2, I had prepared an item that I didn't submit for us for tonight, but I will try to do for January, proposing a number of assignments and tasks that each of us are either doing, as in annual report, committee chairs, et cetera, or could be doing to try to get more buy-in from each member so that we each have a greater and specific investment in what we're doing. And we can talk about that at that time. And it also suggested a rough calendar throughout the year of things that we need to do: annual report, election of officers, supervisor of records, legislation, et cetera, et cetera. So trying to put a little more predictable structure out there. Anyway, we can talk about that next time, but I just wanted to preview it. Thanks.
Sounds good. Member Lewis.
I just want to come back. Member Wolf, I found what you were talking about. I had to open an item where it was relevant. So on this agenda, I opened item 10, and now I see the icons.
Oh, great.
So you're right, it works.
Which means your browser is updated.
I am up to date,
Non-hackable.
and I'm non-hackable.
Okay, anything else? If not, we'll open this one up for public comment.
Anyone wishing to make public comment online, please raise your hand or press *3. I'll give you a moment. We have no hands raised.
Okay, we'll close public comment and move on to item number 17.
Item 17, adjournment.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 The meeting is adjourned at 9:39 p.m.
Okay.
Good to see you all.
Thank you.
Won't be meeting again till what, end of January-ish.
Correct.
Yeah.
21st,
Yep.
January 21, 2025.
Complaint is happening in 2 weeks, though.
Yes.
Have a great holiday.
Thank you. Good night.